TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats, call it applesauce. Rick Ross trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prepare to act, I'm the teacher, that's a lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fight the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broke in '09, it was just a phase. Young folk, legendary, trying to set the pace. I've been looking to the heavens, trying to pray. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two-stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats, call it applesauce. Rick Ross trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prepare to act, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fight the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broke in '09, it was just a phase. Young folk, legendary, trying to set the pace. I've been looking to the heavens, trying to pray. Time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two-stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats, call it applesauce. Rick Ross trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prepare to act, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fight the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broke in '09, it was just a phase. Young folk, legendary, trying to set the pace. I've been looking to the heavens, trying to pray. Feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop.
Welcome to another Fireside Chat, Black Blockchain Summit 2022. Today we are discussing Ethereum 2.0 or the merge today. So before we can dive into the topic, I would rather we start by introducing ourselves. Let everybody know who you are, what you do in the space, and how your journey has been so far before we can start talking about the merge. Thank you so much. It's down up to you now. Yes, I'm handing out to you to take over the discussion or the talk.
Hi, my name is Rick. I'm founder of a project called Laconic. Also founder of a consulting company called Vulcanize. I've worked on a number of things in the Ethereum and Cosmos ecosystems, including the fee market change, EIP 1559 for Ethereum. That's probably what I'm most well known for. But I also worked with the Ethereum Foundation prior to. You're not going to notice, or any Uniswap version, you're not going to notice any difference in performance. If you use MetaMask, you're not going to notice any difference. But there's been a huge shift under the hood. So, when you make and then have a whole bunch of other stuff happen, right? You want to do that one thing, have everything look like it's normal, and then start to make improvements and changes after.
Definitely.
Okay.
And another thing that's coming from this, so right now, Ethereum's pretty slow on the proof of work. It does roughly 20 transactions per second, and it takes roughly 5 minutes for the confirmations to fully go through. That's going to speed up. There's talks that it now can do up to 100,000 transactions per second. It might take a little bit more time than that to get to that amount of transactions per second. But one, there's two things I want to make sure that's very clear. One, once the merge happens, your money is safe. You're not having to do anything to your money. You're not having to change anything. You're not having to do anything. Everything is going to just keep going without you having to make any adjustments. And then secondly, gas will not necessarily be cheaper. So there's a misconception that people think that, well, now that there's more transactions per second, gas should be becoming cheaper. There's actually an article that came out from the Ethereum Foundation saying that that's not true. Gas fees won't significantly be changed based on that. So the challenge that of Ethereum gas will continue to persist in the short run.
So in other words, the issue of high gas fees will remain as it is, because one of the challenges that we normally come across is when you want to, maybe you want to swap another token for another token. There's always this high gas fees that happen in the Ethereum network. So that one will remain as it is.
Yeah, it's not going to impact gas fees. I mean, right now gas fees are very low. So when I do transactions now, they're very affordable. And I think that we probably won't, the thing that's confusing to people is it's very simple, but it's also like hard to think of, is that the gas is priced based on demand, not on supply. It's how much people want to use the chain that determines how much the chain costs, not how much it costs to make the chain. So the cost of making the chain has gone down significantly, but what people are willing to pay probably will not be impacted by that. In fact, people will probably be more excited to use the chain, so the price will probably go up. And because the miners and the validators are two different groups of people, they're not really like making more money or anything. It's like it's the fundamental like underlying security has changed, and so now it's in theory a different group of people who are making that revenue than the group before. So it's just somehow for us as end users, the price will effectively stay the same, even though there's been these large changes underneath.
Okay. Yeah, talking about the miners. I know for this merge, I do believe a lot of developers are very excited, maybe. But what about the miners? What do you think is happening right now with the miners, or the ETH miners? What is their future?
Yeah. There's a couple things with it. So with going from this merger, it's gonna, from moving from proof of work to proof of stake, it's going to become 99.95% more efficient. And so for an environment standpoint, that makes a lot of people happy. But for the miners, all these people who've invested in all this hardware, the thing that they're trying to do is make a fork. So basically they're trying to let their miners keep working, be able to still keep mining this money. So the same way that there's been a fork before in Ethereum, that like Ethereum Classic, how Bitcoin has Bitcoin Cash and BSV, etc. The miners are currently trying to put something in place to have a fork be put in place so that they can keep mining. But for as far as what Ethereum has claimed, that as far as what they're looking for on their blockchain and how they're continuing to looking at it, they're only going to be looking at what's happening post ETH 2.0 merger from the proof of stake model.
Okay, so in other words, we are looking to have a fork, another fork on Ethereum. Is that what you say?
Yeah, it's contentious hard fork, right? So we have had other hard forks in the past that they happen pretty regularly, but they're not contentious. So now we're witnessing a group of people who probably are doing ASIC mining for Ethereum, who want to continue to do that, and they're welcome to do that. But most of the service providers in the space, your MetaMasks, your Coinbases, your exchanges, whatever they are, they're going to continue on the proof of stake fork. So yeah, I think practically, like I know some I work with some miners or some mining organizations. Many of them have already also run staking operations, just as a part of their business, proof of stake operations as well. So those businesses, they'll continue to operate those businesses. But if you were like an individual miner and you were mining Ethereum with an ASIC, then you probably will need to use something like the new ETHW or whatever. I can't follow the names, but there's this alternative chain that's happening. You would probably want to go to that. But if you're like a GPU miner in your home, I haven't followed that in a long time. I used to do that, but I haven't done it in many years. You're just gonna your chain switching algorithm just isn't gonna pick Ethereum anymore. You're not really gonna notice a huge difference if you're a home miner, just GPU mining, for example. You're just gonna GPU mining will become less profitable, but that happens all the time anyway. So
yeah,
be a big change.
okay. Thank you so much. Now let's go to the issue of like fear. So normally when there's a change that is happening, there's always like questions in people's minds, the fear of maybe what if the system does not work? What if the upgrade does not work? Have you ever thought of the upgrade not working the way we want it to be? And if it is the case, what measures do we have, contingency measures we have in place in case things don't go well?
I believe it's been tested with shadow forks like 13, 14 times.
Okay.
So it's been thoroughly tested. The testnet transition happened like last week or 2 weeks ago. That was smooth. That worked smoothly. So I think it's one of the it's almost certainly the most tested Ethereum fork ever, like by a significant margin. Like it's way more tested than anything else we've ever done. And so I don't think that, and there's not really any reason to suspect from those tests that it would fail. Like sometimes you do tests and you're like, oh, there's still some 20% chance or whatever. But like in this case, it's pretty much like it's just going to work because it's been tested so many times. And if it were to fail, well, we would probably just stop producing blocks. So the network would effectively stop producing blocks for some period of time. And that can cause problems for various services on top of the chain. But again, exchanges have to have infrastructure in place for when chains go down. And as Richard pointed out, your funds are not at risk when that happens. You just can't do certain types of transactions while the chain is down. But I think, they would coordinate a fix.
For sure. And just to build on that real quick, Rick, back in August 10th, Ethereum completed the Groly public testnet, and that was when people really started getting excited about, this merger is happening. Like Rick said, this has been back tested so many different times, and this has been in the works for years. So they wanted to make sure it was thoroughly going to happen before they even announced the hard date for this to occur, and to put the confidence that the ETH 2.0 merger is finally going to happen. Like there have been so many delays. There have been thousands upon thousands of developers constantly working on to make this a reality, and so there's a lot of confidence that it should go out without a hitch. But in the event that it doesn't, there are backup plans. I mean, I was even reading about, for example, Coinbase has a plan when it officially happens, they're going to pause all transactions for X amount of time just to ensure everything happens clearly. But again, if in the event that happens, there are a couple of steps in place that Ethereum can then take to remedy the problem, or they can continue on with proof of work if they have to. Not that they want to, but they can continue down that path until they come up with another solution.
Okay. Thank you so much. Do we foresee something happening again on the Ethereum network again in the future? Some kind of upgrade that people need to know of?
No, the only thing you would need to do is upgrade to a modern client. So like a current client, which I believe for Geth is 1.10.23. That's all if you were running a Geth client, if you're running Go Ethereum or whatever, that's all you would need to do. If you're just a normal user using, MetaMask or some other wallet service, they've taken care of all of that for you.
Okay. Yeah, we've got 10 minutes left. There is the idea of staking, and where the stakers have to stake in about 32 ETH or so to activate the validator software. So when you look at that, doesn't it eliminate the small players in the market, or people who are interested in getting to becoming part of the validators or validating people, networkers?
So to become a validator, yes, it does make it pretty hard. You
Yeah.
basically need 32 ETH to run a
Yeah.
node and then become one of them. However, you're getting access. What is nice about the proof of stake model that we've seen across other ecosystems that are out there is that you don't have to be a validator in order to still earn yield. In your typical bank account, you're making 0.01% on money that's sitting there. But now if you're able to get into stuff for proof of stake, and you're getting anywhere from 3 to 15% by having your money being put to work with a proof of stake validator or whatever the rewards are, it's pretty substantial, especially if you're getting an asset that potentially can appreciate as well. Because, of course, with your hard dollars, it's stable. It should be, a one-to-one value. But when you're getting into something that also could appreciate over time as well, you potentially can have your money multiply over time. So I think that it's still providing access. Now, will the amount of money that these people potentially make significantly less than a true validator? Sure.
Yeah.
But they can still get at least a piece of the pie, which I still think is valuable for your everyday consumer trying to get into the space.
All right, thanks so much. If you have anything that you want to add before we close up the discussion, so that maybe we can get the people out there to understand a little bit much more and the detail and the deeper. So what to expect, like just to summarize everything that we've discussed. What should people expect? Should they be excited? And if they're excited, why should they be excited? And or not? Just a quick summary of what we've just discussed, in your own words.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should be excited about Ethereum delivering on their promised roadmap. I mean, it's taken 7 years for them to get to this point. So I think to the broader community, it should show a commitment to actually accomplishing these goals and accomplishing these things that were stated. So that's what I'm very excited about. I think it also opens up the door to a lot of new features. It opens up the door to a lot of new functionality that was sort of politically, we had to get this feature done before we could start working on other features, just from a political perspective. So it's very important that we accomplish this and get this done. And then, as Richard pointed out, the staking, I think it is a much more democratic way of accessing yield on the base layer than participating in mining. I mean, there's pros and cons to that, but ultimately, as an end user, it means it's easier for you to get exposure to that yield.
And to echo what Rick just said as well, I think it's extremely exciting. I think what's the most exciting about what's happening is just as he pointed out, the commitment to getting this done. A 7-year process, that's a long time to get anything done. And when you look at crypto, people typically are price speculators. So it's trying to look at, hey, how is money going up, et cetera. But a lot of these projects are blockchain startups. They're not meant to be currency. They're not meant to be something that's just goes nothing but up. They're things that are being built on. Ethereum is an ecosystem, and it's one of the most robust and ecosystems that are out there, where a lot of these other ecosystems are emulating and trying to improve upon. By having this ETH 2.0 merger officially happen, it kind of opens the door for a lot of the disputes and for the arguments for some of the other ecosystems that were built to have as much strength as they do, because now it allows the doors to open for a lot of these new products to start being built, to start adding even more features and functionalities to make Ethereum even stronger as an ecosystem, and to continue to work on some of the challenges like gas and some of these other issues that Ethereum is having. So I think people should be excited. I think people can continue to see some amazing things happen from the Ethereum ecosystem. And I mean, there's several parties in local cities around the nation that are actually having ETH 2.0 parties to celebrate the moment.
Okay, thank you so much, Richard, and thank you so much, Rick. and we're looking forward to the merge. I think it's coming up September 15th, right? And yes, we are excited. We're excited also because, you know, now we are no longer so much concerned about the environment because of proof of work. And we're also excited to see what kind of developments will come after the merge. We're looking forward to see, you know, how Ethereum will grow from where it is to, you know, after this merge. So I do believe definitely there will be a lot of good things that will be coming up. And like some people say, with the coming of this merge, there is a possibility that we'll see Ethereum surpassing Bitcoin. So definitely we're looking forward to that. And thank you so much for, you know, for honoring the invitation and becoming part of our guest. Thank you so much, and we look forward to having more discussion in the future.
It's our time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity loops making beats, call it applesauce. Rick Ross, trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prevent X, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fuck the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broken 09, it was just a phase. Young folk legendary, trying to set the pace. It's our time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity loops making beats, call it applesauce. Rick Ross, trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prevent X, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fuck the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broken 09, it was just a phase. Young folk legendary, trying to set the pace. It's our time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity loops making beats, call it applesauce. Rick Ross, trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prevent X, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fuck the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broken 09, it was just a phase. It's our time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. February time, on time, history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two stepping like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats colored applesauce. Rick Ross trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prevent X, something teacher, that's a lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fight the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broken 09, it was just a phase. Young folk, legendary, trying to set the pace.
We're back for another great panel. We have a huge lineup of fantastic people here today. Our topic for this baraza is disrupting self-hate, racism, tribalism through Web3. And what I would like is for each of my guests to do a quick, maybe 2-minute, no more than 2-minute introduction of themselves, and then we'll hop right into the topic. We'll start with Dr. Tyreen Wright, then go to Pascal Atazama, then to Michael Abraham, and then to Kevin, and then to Robbie.
I was asking actually if I could go second to last. You didn't see me in the chat there.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, that's perfectly fine. So we'll have Robbie go last, and then that's fine. You can start the introductions. So second was I did a bit.
It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's all time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. True stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats colored applesauce. Rick Ross trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prevent X, something teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fight the system, keep it real.
Evening on my side. It's 7:07 in the evening. Good morning or good day, wherever you are. Welcome to the Black Blockchain Summit. And today we are looking at blockchain behind bars, the future of political prisoners. We are going to be having a discussion. We're going to be having a relaxed chat, like we are sitting behind a coffee table and, just having a day-to-day conversation. Yes, I would love for my guests to introduce themselves, and then we can take it from there. Like I say, my name is Ala. I am in Botswana, based in Gaborone, and thank you very much for joining us. You can from there.
I'm Lynn Ulbricht, and I'm the mother of Ross Ulbricht, who was the defendant in the Silk Road case. And Silk Road was a website that Ross created when he was 26 years old. That only used Bitcoin as the means of exchange. So you couldn't use you couldn't use dollars, you couldn't use anything else but Bitcoin. In any case, it was meant to be a free open market that was based on the non-aggression principle of voluntary interaction. He was libertarian. He believed that, as long as two people wanted to change something, they should be able to do that without the government being involved. And as long as it was voluntary and it didn't hurt a third party. So for example, there was no child pornography permitted because the child was the third party and they were harmed. There was no weapons, there were no violent services, different things that, if you exchange it, it could hurt somebody else. That was not permitted. But exchange of drugs, mainly small amounts of marijuana was permitted. And Ross created the site, was involved in running it, and because of that, he was given, and it was a shocking sentence, 2 life sentences plus 40 years without parole. No violence was involved in his convictions, no violence. And, you know, it was just a shocking, he was a first-time offender. And he really, this website introduced Bitcoin to the mainstream. And he saw the potential of Bitcoin for financial freedom for people all around the world, and really was passionate about it and wanted to introduce it. And for that, he's given a sentence of death, dying in prison, unless he is commuted by the president. And I've been working very hard for years to get that commutation. So, and also speaking out about the injustices I've learned about since his arrest in the criminal justice system in general. So that's why I'm here. Sinclair was, you know, I've spoken at the conference. This is my 4th time, I think. And, you know, really appreciate all the work that's being done with the Black Blockchain Summit. So that's my story.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lynn.
Mhm.
I'm Justin Redrick, the author of From Bars to Bitcoin. I go by Bitcoin Vegan on Twitter, and I'm known for learning about Bitcoin coming home from prison, using it as a rehabilitation tool for finance, life, and freedom. I'm glad to be here. I think this is my 3rd time here. I look forward to the panel, and let's get into the discussion y'all have for us today.
Okay, thank you so much. It's quite yeah, I'll say it's very emotional to get to learn, and also to get to know about, you know, how sometimes the justice system works. And we're here to look at, you know, how Bitcoin playing a role, or blockchain playing a role in the future of political case. It's one of those cases that we've been following some time, and we know what has been happening, and we know how long he has been sentenced in prison. So maybe my biggest question would be, you know, do we foresee that as a how do I say it? Was it a way of the government to silence the Bitcoiners, or what do we, you know, what do we get from such, you know, sentences, especially cases where there was no violence that was you know, done. You know, Ross did not carry any violence, he did not do any child pornography and all that. So what do we get from that? You know, what can we pick from that, or what can we learn from that?
Well, I personally, and this is what I personally think, at first I thought, okay, it's drug charges, I understand that, but then the biggest drug seller on the site, he's out. He got out after 7 years. So it made it quite apparent, and he's actually sold a lot of drugs on the site. Ross was never accused of actually selling drugs. He was accused of creating the site and the platform and everything. I do think personally that it had to do with Bitcoin. It was very new. Kind of an upstart currency that nobody knew really about much, except a few, you know, geeks who knew about these technical things. And I do think that there was a very strong message that the government wanted to send about using alternate currencies. And it was kind of confusing at the time, because FinCEN, which is the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, they didn't even say that Bitcoin was money. They were like, well, it's a commodity. It was very confusing. And one of Ross's charges was money laundering, because other people, not him, changed Bitcoin for dollars, and vice versa. And but now, you know, it's evolved, and it's much more regulated, of course. But at the time, it was almost like the Wild West. And I think that is why Ross was so harshly treated. He's kind of become a symbol of Bitcoin and of many people in the Bitcoin world consider him a pioneer and a visionary because he saw the potential very early. And yeah, I just want people to know we have a petition that you don't have to be an American to sign. It's on our website, freeross.org, and it's saying this sentence is wrong and asking the president to correct it. Please sign it. And yeah, and any connections to, because we really want to get word to the administration that this really needs their attention. This is wrong. And it also sets a precedent for other people, because I've gotten very involved in the whole idea of the sentences that are so horrible, not just in the Bitcoin world, but in the prison system that are so beyond what used to be in our country. They've gotten extreme. And I've actually started a group called Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing to try to pressure, you know, and educate people about these sentences, because as I'm sure Justin is aware, you know, these sentences here are terrible and really un-American. So, but yeah, I think that initially, certainly the Bitcoin aspect of Ross's case was, I think that's why they came down so hard on him.
Okay.
Yeah,
Justin.
and I feel it as well, and a lot of times, especially there's a quote unquote new crime or something that looks very new in the eyes of the justice system, they always want to try to send a stern message to everyone else involved. And to be quite honest, I think the message was sent when we even look at people who still think Bitcoin is terrible money, who think Bitcoin is something for nefarious activities. Matter of fact, I remember the very first Black Blockchain Summit. I sat on the panel and a man was saying this. He was like, look at all the stuff that Bitcoin is involved in. And I remember saying, like, well, before Bitcoin, the number one money laundering or currency was cash. It still is, as a matter of fact. So if you're using cash to buy weed in states that's not legal, that's dark market. But I believe that since it was a new currency then, and they saw him build a platform, it could have been a way just to send a message, and the message was sent and heard by a lot of people. The wrong message, but it was sent out.
They even said that. They said, we want to make an example of him. And that's not really what our justice system is supposed to do. We're supposed to be tried as an individual, you know, and what did I actually do? A first-time nonviolent offender who's never accused of physically hurting anyone, you know, attacking them or being a danger in society, to have him get a death in prison sentence really puts us all in peril. All of us are, that's hurting all of our rights.
So what do we think the future is looking like today for people like Ross and for any person who will be involved maybe in any what is called a crime in as far as cryptocurrency is concerned? What do we think the future looks like? Are we going to still be able to see people being harshly sentenced just because they're involved in cryptocurrencies or because they're involved in the blockchain tech?
Yeah, I think it's hopeful, because Bitcoin, of course, now is very much accepted by big companies and banks, and it's much more mainstream, obviously. I mean, the jury in Ross's trial, most of them hadn't even heard of it. They had no idea what they were talking about. This was back in 2014. And so it made it much more scary and bad, which really hurt Ross in the jury's decision. I think as it becomes more accepted, which it is, even the government wants to have their own digital currency now. I think that image is less, you know, damaging. And I think that also as the cryptocurrency world and community becomes more influential because they are more wealthy, I think things will change for people who are serving prison time for cryptocurrency. And there are, you know, mostly what I've been researching is people who are facing trial, there's a group in New Hampshire, for example, or have done prison time, it's usually because they're an unlicensed money exchange where they're not registered with the government to be able to do it. And I guess, you know, we can all have our opinion about whether if you want to give me $100 and I'll give you $100 worth of Bitcoin if I need to be a registered licensed person, but to do that, but I think as it stands now, it's a federal crime. So
Okay.
that's the main one that I've seen and know about.
I kind of lean on the fence of is for sometimes it might depend upon who's calling the shots. Because as a money, I think Bitcoin has become, as the idea of it is becoming widely accepted. I also have a strange feeling that folks or government officials will see some players in Bitcoin as, you know, being a bit more dangerous because they do have money that can't be controlled, or that we're so early to something that's so magnificent. And what I mean by magnificent is powerful. The fact that money, borderless money, decentralized money, that can really fund people to do most of whatever they want without too much interference at all. It could provide less sentencing or harsher sentencing depending upon who's involved, like depending upon who's the jury, depending upon the prosecutor, the DA, all this type of stuff, in their opinion, because they might feel, oh man, you know, Bitcoin is terrible. But if you have someone who's secretly loving their Bitcoin experience, but they work in public office, then you have someone say, man, it's not that bad. Let's just lighten up. So I hope it gets better. It should. However, the people, they don't stop giving out harsh sentences for much of anything sometimes. And like Lynn said, it gets worse, just like inflation, which might be something to look at. So I want to be on the fence of it gets lighter, but I also understand that everyone is going to come with their own opinion once it gets down to sentencing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Justin, I learned you had been in jail before, and you wrote a book crediting Bitcoin as one of the things that changed your life. Can you highlight a little bit on how that was possible, so that maybe somebody who is behind bars can also learn one or two things from you?
Yeah. So the very first thing that Bitcoin changed my life with was the fact of a second chance. Just even though coming home from prison was a second chance, but Bitcoin offered another second chance, whether that was to be a tech entrepreneur, whether that was to have a skill that was going to be globally needed, whether that was also just opportunity, like opportunity to speak at a conference, speak at this conference, opportunity to travel around the country, meet people I would have never probably met without Bitcoin. Those type of people might be hedge fund managers, Fortune 500 CEOs, anybody, even Ms. Lynn. Bitcoin has provided that type of opportunity. So then you get to a level of just sovereign power. If you've been behind bars, then you understand what decentralized money is, with like stamps, cigarettes, canteen options. So to have that in the real world and to be in an environment where your work is going to stand more than who you are is always an opportunity there. But it just shaped my mind differently. It helped me look at life differently, business, money especially. And within money, you learn how flawed not just the system is, but when it comes down to money, if people are saying, you know, you got to follow the money to see what's real, you start getting underneath what goes on in the world, not just a country of America, but globally, that Bitcoin does provide that relief. To make it short, you know, opportunity wealth, an opportunity for business, be part of a powerful network that can change the world was what really changed life in Bitcoin.
That's so great to hear that, because I know there's so many people get out of prison and they have no opportunity. They can't rent a place. They're not hired. And often Ross has told me he knows people who went back to dealing drugs or whatever it was because that's all they knew, and they had to survive. And so to hear that about Bitcoin, of course, must be a pretty smart guy to learn about Bitcoin on your own like that. I can't imagine doing it myself, actually. I'm not the best, but no, it's really a neat, I never thought of that angle. And actually, Ross had an NFT, well, he didn't, we did, but it was based on his art, and sold it. And we dedicated a large portion of it to different charities. And one of them is helping prisoners readapt. It's a charity already set up to help prisoners readapt the world, when they come out. And I hadn't really ever thought about the fact that Bitcoin could be helpful that way. That's really neat.
That's
one of the benefits I've looked to explore over the years, is creating a Bitcoin from bars to Bitcoin prison reform program. Just to provide those type of skills, coming home from prison, you come with zero skills. You come out, well, not everybody, some people came home with great credit, but you come out with a lot of members come out with nothing going on. You either gotta go live with family members. I know some people who've been in prison so long that their family died. So you need skills that's going to be able to provide you opportunity and give you a chance to keep up in the real world. I mean, everybody coming home from prison can't drive trucks. Not going to be enough people on the road, and trucks are going to be self-driving anyway. All the skills that you want that was mainly needed for guys coming home, they're going to be automated. So you got to be able to provide a different opportunity, because now you're just going to have another 600,000 people come home from prison every year, and it's going to get worse because jobs are just gone. They've been disrupted like Bitcoin disrupts things. So that's definitely an opportunity that can provide just, again, skills to help pay the bills or grow from where you need to grow.
Is your that Bars to Bitcoin is doing, is setting up training and that kind of thing for people, or can you say
that's a goal of mine. I have more work to put into play with it, but I've had conversations on it, and the book From Bars to Bitcoin is going to be titled the same as the program.
Okay.
But I need curriculums developed and things of that nature, so I could possibly get funding on it. But it's definitely a lane for me to explore.
Let's stay in touch about that, okay?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Lynn, I got you.
All right, good.
Gotcha.
Wow, thank you so much. I mean, I'm seeing like a lot of possibilities and a lot of potential that Bitcoin can give even to people behind bars. Like Justin is saying, we can have those communities that are focused on rehabilitating prisoners and giving them an opportunity to become part of the community. So because one of the things that happens when somebody is coming from prison, there will always be this kind of discrimination, this kind of feeling out of the community and out of touch with the community. So Bitcoin, I always say, it's a currency of love. It's accepting of everyone, does not discriminate, does not know race, does not know any, does not know any stories. Bitcoin, all it does know is love. So I do believe with Bitcoin and blockchain technology, we're gonna see a lot of prisoners and a lot of people in bars, if we can be able to programs that we know we're gonna take to prisons, and we can be able to help the people who are incarcerated behind bars. So we still have to see how the government can begin to look at Bitcoin differently. Like Justin was saying, Bitcoin is not the number one cryptocurrency that is being used for money laundering. Cash still is, but still people look at Bitcoin as the number one currency where it is used for criminals and all that. Until such time that we look at Bitcoin differently and we look at it as a tool for empowerment, then we still have a long way to go. And we still have to find ways in which people can understand the cryptocurrency, so that people like Ross can be given the justice that they deserve. So just to summarize what we've discussed, I would like you to just summarize what we've just discussed. So if you've got something that you want to share with the list, can you do that in this next coming 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'm kind of excited about this conversation. I think it's really, really great, because I hadn't thought about the connection of Bitcoin with helping prisoners with, avoid recidivism, avoid being this horrible cycle of having to go get back in prison. And and maybe even like you were saying, programs in the prison, which would be amazing if that could happen. But yeah,
It's a work. Go ahead, my bad.
Oh no, I think it's really it also, Ross wrote about this. Actually, a lot of his writings are on our website and on medium.com, and one of the things he wrote about was how Bitcoin is an equalizer, and that's one of the things I loved about it. It's like, for instance, I met so many people from Africa when I went to the conference in Washington and spoke there, and actually Ross got an award there, which was really exciting. But anyway, where a lot of people are unbanked. They don't have a bank account. They can't get a bank account. And that may be true of people who are just out of prison as well. I don't know about that, but Bitcoin is an alternative if you can't have a bank account, right? And so it's not just people in prison. It's people who need a break, who need a financial break all over the world. So that's what's Ross and I have, picked up on what he has said too, is that Bitcoin is freedom. Bitcoin, that's the real exciting part to me. I know a lot of people have made millions of dollars and all that, and that's fine, whatever, it's great. But it's really about freedom and giving people all over the world opportunity. And and the idea of doing that with people who come out of prison and they're, it's a rough, and life's hard enough, right? And just because you came out of prison, I'm excited about somehow, using Bitcoin for this. I think it's great.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I'm gonna share a quick story. And yes, Miss Lynn, it is rough, when everybody was running to El Salvador to do whatever, we still have things in our own country. And coming home from prison, you're definitely unbanked. You're looked at crazy, for whatever your crime is. But it was in the Black Bitcoin Billionaires group. We used to have a room. I used to host a room called From Bars to Bitcoin. And there was a guy in there by the name of Todd Coley. He had done like 30 years from like 18 years old. He'd done 30 years since he was 18. And I was sharing with him about Bitcoin. And I asked him a question, because most times than not in the Black community, we go to jail over money. When you don't have money, when you don't have ways to take care of yourself, you go insane. You do desperate stuff. And majority of the crimes that come from my community deal with money. And sometimes they are violent. Like I said, folks, when you don't have the resources and you don't think you have the resources, you respond that way. But I said to him, I said, well, financial literacy in our neighborhood, if we don't have financial literacy, you'll have people continuously go to jail for money that loses value while you sit in prison. So he went to prison, I want to say in the late 80s, early 90s. The dollar might have been worth 95 cents. He comes out, the dollar is worth 80 some cents. So you went to jail over a crime that dealt with money, but the money you went to jail for lost its value while you sat in prison. So Bitcoin does provide that different type of financial outlook, and it can be used for all over the world.
Thank you so much. This has been quite an interesting conversation, and definitely I do believe you guys will take it out of from here. You will, outside the internet, you can meet, and then we can see how we can, start doing what Justin was saying. Finding ways to rehabilitate the prisoners and also giving them that education that they need to get the freedom that Leanne is talking about. Thank you so much, people, and I guess we will meet some other time. Have a wonderful time and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So good to meet both of you. And yeah, this is exciting. I look forward to reconnecting and making something happen. But thanks so much.
Feeling legendary, legendary history for my people like it's February. February time on time, feeling legendary, legendary history for my people like it's February. February time on time, feeling legendary, legendary history for my people like it's February. February time on time, feeling legendary, making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop, two stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats colored applesauce. Rick Ross trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Doing for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prevent X, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fuck the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broke in 09, it was just a phase. Young folk, legendary, trying to set the pace. I've been looking to the heavens, trying to pray for.
Hello, this is Deidre McIntyre for Black Blockchain Summit. We are back again for another great panel. I'm really looking forward to this one, NFTs for Black creatives. And it is something that, you know, really hit the mainstream in 2021 in terms of a lot of buzz around this area. So we're going to try to get into this panel discussion. We have with us today Candy Nicole and Maluku Sano. We're going to let Maluku take the first shot at introducing himself. It'll probably take about 3 minutes to give his background on his experience thus far. Maluku.
Hello. Thank you so much for the introduction. So my name is Maluku Sano. I'm an investment manager at Activism, which is a $100 million fund backed by the Cardano Foundation. And I'm also the co-founder of Cassava Network, which is a Web3 infrastructure company trying to connect African users from Web 2 to Web3. We also have our own NFT platform, like where we aim to work with African creators, musicians, and artists to build NFTs. And these aren't just free JPEGs, these are actual NFTs with actual utilities.
Wow. Okay, fantastic. And Candy Nicole.
Good morning.
Candy,
Sorry for that
good
delay.
morning. That's right.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Candy Nicole. I'm a producer. I work with a lot of artists. I'm excited about what NFTs have the potential to do. And I'm looking forward to more practical steps that I can learn to take to share with my artists to help them promote their music, their films, all of the projects that are coming down the pipeline, but also to find a way to use this to monetize and bring in revenue for these projects.
Fantastic. And also Trek Smart, please take a few minutes, about a minute or so, to introduce yourself.
Hola, I am Trek with 2Ks, and in short, I've been in the crypto space for a number of years now. I am the pre-2017 class. I do a couple of things in the space, a lot of content contribution. So I'm on the Gentleman of Crypto channel where I do Weaker in Crypto. I'm on Crypto Blood TV's channel where I do My Two Satoshis. I'm also on another channel where I do voiceover for Simple Crypto. And I'm currently working on with another partner in webinars that deal in the metaverse space as far as the low code, no code ways of how you can use monetization strategies and methods in various metaverses, whether they are blockchain or non-blockchain related. And I'm also doing a podcast called The Wevolution, but that's another side project thing. That's me in short.
Okay, we're going to go a little bit out of order. Let's start with Candy, and then we'll go back to Trek, and then we'll go back to Maluku. The question I want to know is, everyone has that non-tech friend, and they get in your inbox because you've been posting for years about crypto and this, that, and they're like, I don't really know anything about technology. What's this NFT thing, and should I get in? Because we have all had that in our inboxes. How do you explain to a non-tech person what NFTs are, and should or should they not get in? I mean, what's that soft type of introduction that you give to the newbie? Let's start with Candy, and then go to Trek, and then Maluka.
That's an interesting question because it's actually like the reason I'm here to not only, discuss this topic, obviously, but I want to be able to bring those answers back to artists, because what I'm noticing is if you're an emerging artist, you're dealing with all of the same things that all other emerging artists are dealing with, meaning you have to build a following, you have to build an audience, you have to have a loyal fan base. And then no matter what the product is that you're selling, whether it's digital or something that's tangible, whether it's a t-shirt, a mug, it doesn't really matter what it is. It's a lot easier to sell those things when you already have people who have bought into your art and who are already supporting what it is that you do. And so if you're someone who's brand new on the scene and you haven't really built that yet, it's hard for me to claim that an NFT could really help you, because you're not even positioned yet to be able to get people in the market to want to buy anything you're selling, whether that's digital or any other type of asset. So I'd love to hear what anyone else on the panel has to say about that, because that's actually been a really big challenge for me.
Trek.
All right, so I'm gonna say it depends on what are you trying to do. If we're talking about the cash grab, all right, listen, there's a number of things that you can mess with. If you don't care for the tech, I'm a techie person. I see NFTs as a technology that works to transfer medium of content, right? But most people don't care about none of that stuff. So it's a thing of like, what are you trying to do? Are you just trying to do the cash grab of, I am not an artist, I just want to be able to get in, do a couple of flips, or get in and being able to like get into one of these like exclusionary, really high end, whatever NFT projects. Okay, well, there's this marketplace. You got to on-ramp this way to get, the crypto in to do whatever, or the fiat in to get the crypto, whatever. Or if you already have the crypto, okay, well, here's a way you can convert over to do whatever you need to get that particular thing. If you're a creative person, then it gets into a different conversation, because now it gets into, are you techie or are you not techie? If you don't care for the tech, do you have someone in your circle who does have enough wherewithal to go through learning how to do it? And then you get into different subgroups, right? Because now it gets into, are you willing to go through the process of learning the coder level way, which is like deep dive, or are you looking at low code, no code solutions? Right? Then you get into, well, do you want to be in an open market or do you want to be in an exclusionary market? It depends on what the individual is trying to deal with. Are they being a consumer? Or are they being a creator? I don't know until a specific person asks me that, but that's the range of where it can go.
All right, Maluka.
I have to agree with what Tech has said, right? So sorry, Trek, right? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
That's correct.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so I have to agree largely with what he has said, right? So like, it depends what you would want to use that like NFT for, right? But like, it all goes down to like boiling what an NFT is and the possibility of like NFTs, right? So lots of people like when they think about like NFTs, like they just think of like these JPEGs of like monkeys or like of punks, right? But like it's more than like just that, right? So like fundamentally, right, like an NFT is a digital like representation of a digital or real world asset, right? It's a non-fungible token, right? So like there are many things a like NFT can like represent, right? So like NFTs can represent like music tickets, they can represent like ownerships in a house, they can represent like shares of like actual like like Apple stock, for example, they can represent artwork, and and they can like represent songs, right? So like it's really about like boiling down like what it is that you're trying to like achieve, right? So yeah, so and I feel like that the possibilities with like NFTs are like endless as well, right? So if so like as like Trek has mentioned, right, like if it's a cash grab, right, like there are plenty of like platforms that you can go to like flip these NFTs, right? But 99% of like NFTs aren't worth flipping, right? Like it's only these blue chip like NFTs that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars like that are worth getting into. But like even if you look at like at the big projects, right? For example, like you look at your CryptoPunks or you look at your like Bored Apes, these aren't just pretty JPEGs, right? They actually have real world like utilities, right? So for example, if you buy a Bored Ape, right, like you get access to like the Bored Ape membership, right? So then like you get access to like in-person like events, and it's like a community, right? And then if you look at who holds Bored Apes, right, so it's like Snoop Dogg has one, Eminem has one as well, so like you're in the same group chat as these people, right? So like you can connect with these people, right? And then you also own the IP of your Bored Ape, right? So like you can like rent it out, for example, right? Or like you can like design shirts and then like you can get paid like for that, right? So like there are plenty of things that like you can do essentially with NFTs, and the like possibility are like endless, like especially like when it comes to like Black creators as well.
Yeah, I think one of the things I always tell newbie people when they're contacting me through DM and they don't know squat about technology, I always give them analogies to what they already know. I said, you already know NFTs, you just don't think you know non-fungible tokens. And I give them the example of, when you buy a blender, when you buy a toaster, when you buy a bicycle, and you put these things in your house or in your possessions, what's that little card that you fill out? And why do you fill out that little card and send it back to the manufacturer? And it's, I'm getting the serial number and I'm writing it down, Kate, and sending it to the manufacturer so that I'm on file in case my house gets broken into, or I'm riding my bike and some kids steal my bike, and then they catch the kids. And then how do I prove that that is my bike? Well, I registered it. And in this case, you're minting to the blockchain. Whether there's physical things like a blender or a toaster, you're registering instead of with a manufacturer, you're registering whatever blockchain that you choose to use to prove that that was yours in the beginning. And so now we have digital things. We have, audio files, and we have, you're creating an original cartoon graphic, et cetera. You can do the same thing that you once did with manufacturers, or just registering your car with a government agency to say that you were the title holder of that car. They kind of understand that already. They've been doing this non-fungible NFTs before there was a blockchain, but they're not realizing that now that you can do it, and it's not necessarily going to a company, it's going through a set of computers that validate that you were the owner, and then you could transfer that ownership onto other people. So something, Maluko, that you mentioned that kind of triggered another question to me. You said that about 90% of what's out there probably won't amount to anything. So how do, especially startup founders and creatives like yourselves, how do you tune into identifying what that blue chip element is? What is that thing? What is a checklist that you use to say, this might generate some buzz or value and it won't get lost in the clutter of the 90%?
I think I heard, let me get the names correct. Was it Mulu Kusano? Am I saying that correctly?
Muluku.
Yes, Muluku, correct. Muluku, that's correct.
Muluku.
Yeah.
Muluku. Earlier you mentioned Snoop Dogg, and that was an incredible addition to the point I was making, which is that if you're a Snoop Dogg, then being able to bring something to the market, whether it's a digital asset or anything Snoop Dogg does is cool because that's his brand. He's been building a brand of being that cool guy his entire career. And so because he's already established as an artist that people follow, millions of people all over the world already know who he is, then when he says, I'm selling an NFT, now, oh my God, that's cool. And so people who follow him will follow whatever he's doing because of who he is. And so when it comes to an artist, I'm really more concerned about making sure that their brand is solid, that their audience is tuned in, and that their following is continually growing, that their community base is solid. Because that's going to be the pool of people that when they say, hey, I have this new thing and I'd like you to take a look at it, whether it's representing tickets or anything, it just makes it another thing that they're adding to their store, so to speak, rather than something that gets lost in that 90%. I don't even know if that makes sense, but I would love to pass.
Definitely, it definitely does make sense. I think that, kind of being devil's advocate, what about that yet to be discovered artist? I got a lot of talent. I don't have the crowd or whatever. Is there something immediately that they can do to start using NFTs maybe to build the following that they need to build? Does anyone want to take that?
I've seen artists try. And I think that speaks to how the 90% it's like a giant ocean that they're getting drowned in. Because I've seen artists launch NFTs, and these are artists that I have incredible amount of respect for. They're very, very good at what they do. But again, they're not Snoop Dogg. They don't have a career that has been in the quote mainstream spotlight for decades and decades. And so because they're emerging, and because maybe in the future they will have that following, but it's not there yet, that is what I'm seeing as far as that's how they're getting lost in that 90%. It's not being effective from what I'm seeing on the ground floor.
Okay, so Trek, and then we'll go to Maluka and back to Candy. What have you seen that has been inspiring, that you said, oh, when they came out with this NFT and how it was designed, that you were like, wow, I wish I had thought of that, or this is gonna, be something that's gonna be replicated into the space? What have you seen Black creatives do? Oh, no, it doesn't have to be just Black creatives, but anybody. What has been produced so far that you were like, wow, this was a well-planned and well-thought-out execution?
I actually witnessed, and I thought it was beautiful and brilliant because it came from the heart. I witnessed a poet here in LA. We're having a really amazing Renaissance movement here in Los Angeles. It's underground, it's very authentic, it's very real. And the artists who are leading this movement have gotten into the NFT space. And so one of them that I really love and value her voice, she's this prolific writer. She wrote a book of poetry and turned her book of poetry into an NFT. And then she was able to market that NFT to her following of community activists, artist activists, who were then able to purchase the NFT in order to support her community work, which is, using poetry as a platform to express her angst, her frustration, her wishes, dreams, and hopes as an artist, the way that she sees the world. And it was very beautifully done. I can't speak to whether it was extremely financially successful. However, I did see people bringing in donations in cash just at the event that night. So I'm very, very intrigued by the possibility of, putting even more marketing behind that, and just seeing where it goes.
Very good. Trek?
All right, so I'm gonna jump on that Snoop point for a quick minute, and I'm gonna push forward, right? So here's why Snoop and his whole scenario annoys me. Everyone keeps pushing that Snoop is a genius for NFTs. Snoop is no, it's not Snoop. I recently just found out that it's his son that actually deals with all of his crypto NFT stuff. And when you look at how family dynasties usually work, it is usually the kids that scale up what the parents do. The Marleys is the same way. It was a daughter that scaled the business side of it internationally. Gary Vee is the same way for his Pops winery, right? The wine store.
And so is Spike Lee. I don't mean to interject, but Spike Lee said when he spoke on NFTs that when they asked him how he got involved, he was like, my kids.
You see what I'm saying? So like that's one thing. The other thing to realize is that the situation, there's a number of situations that are being perpetrated out in the NFT pop side of the marketplace that are licensing deals, but they're not being contextualized as licensing deals from entertainment personalities. So X amount of the people who just, oh yeah, this person's in, that person's famous. Yo, they're in a whole different tax bracket and they're in a whole different operational environment than the average retail person. So when someone tells me that, I'm just like, yeah, we're not looking at it. Me personally, we're not looking at this the same way, because those are the contexts of how I look at what is going on in the space. As far as a project that I would say that I kind of found interest in, oh God, I forgot what Alan's project is named. It's interesting to a degree, but then there's certain parts of it, you know, I'm not even gonna mess it up. The other project I thought of that I would say is interesting is Blockchain Soldiers, and that's by a homeboy out of New York named Wealth Gathers. He hosts Twitter Space and stuff. And I want to say something that goes into what Candy was talking about as far as like that whole building the community, building the brand. Here's the thing that will get most people in general when it comes to customer acquisition, whatever it is you're doing. You need at least 36 months, AKA 3 years of commitment of you pushing to get the word out about what you're doing. If you don't got the money or like the wherewithal to figure out the growth hacks and like deal with the face-to-face networking and constantly pushing your thing, when you get into this crypto space, like the internet brought it to where you can, quote, be global. Crypto and blockchain, for where we're moving in this internet connectivity thing, this isn't about you competing with the person who's in your zip code. This isn't about you competing or looking to build a community that's based on the people in your town or your city or your state. You're now competing with the kid in the Sichuan province because he has internet connection on his smartphone. You're also competing with the 12-year-old in Kenya. You're also competing with the 36-year-old in Bogota, Colombia right now. Whatever it is you're doing, if you are moving in this space in particular, your competition scale 10x. Here's the other funky part that most folks don't talk about. And this is something that I get into with what me and my homeboy 3D are doing when it comes to the whole metaverse thing. The amount of low code, no code options that are coming out now, like pre-COVID, and COVID did something really interesting for what it did for the protocol and the software production level in this thing. And I'm talking across the board for any sector, if it's software based. COVID did a rapid development of stuff where pre-COVID, if you were doing anything in metaverse, blockchain related, you were looking at a B2B level. You needed either the money and the technical know-how. COVID happened, and like if you had the wherewithal to, again, find the hacks, find the loopholes, be really like thorough and figuring out how to code, you would have got it figured out in probably 12 to 15 months. COVID came in, and then it all came down to, there are things I can do now on my phone to make an NFT, start up a blockchain, start a DAO, make up a website, right? All of that on the phone. I don't need let's say to find the dev person who's out in Silicon Valley or who's over in India. It's a very different ball game right now. And a lot of folks don't understand that, yeah, you see these quick turnovers, but the question is, like, if you really, really want to increase your odds, you got to make it past 36 months, AKA 3 years. Whether you're a project lead, a founder, a creator, or a builder, and I do distinguish between creators and builders, right? 3 years, whatever it is you're trying to do, blockchain related or not. That's at least how I'm looking at it, because that's what I've noticed since I've been pushing in this space. And that's just on content. I'm not even talking being a dev or like an artistic person.
Maluku, you mentioned in your earlier about the ability to rent NFTs, the ability of using them in forms of ticketing, and there's also fractional NFTs. What is something that you've seen that have struck you as very creative in this space that we should be on the lookout for in the future?
Yeah, so before I like answer that, like I just wanted to like speak on the like previous question, right? So like I think, right, like when it's to find like success like in this space, right, it's first of all about like defining like what success like means for you, right? Like as like Chuck was saying, right, like is it in your neighborhood, is it in your city, or like is it like global, right? Like because like I've seen like people like who've made like good money like releasing like NFTs and then selling it like to the like community, right? So like it like all depends on like how much like you want to scale it, right? And I think, right, like to find success, it all depends on strategy, right? Like it's all about like breaking it down and finding the right strategy that works for you, right? And then like releasing something that people that like really like speaks to people, right? Or that like people, or like that you can really leverage, right? So like I think like that's what like separates it like 90% from like the 10% of like NFTs like that like actually make it, right? And to answer like your like question like into like what I've seen that's really like innovative in the NFT space is NFTs like as a means of financing, right? So there's this company called Atlas, right, which is essentially the like uninterrupted of Africa. They work with African athletes to like create like content, like just like LeBron James does like with his shop and stuff, right? So Atlas filmed a documentary on the Nigerian national football team's quest to compete for the World Cup, right? And essentially what they're doing is they tokenize the like project and are actually selling NFTs in order to raise funds to produce the movie. Right. So like essentially like using like NFTs, right, like as a means of like financing, right? So then like if Candy or like Trek buy the like NFTs, then we have ownership in the movie too, right? And this gives us like long-term ownership, like in terms of like profit sharing and like so on and so forth, right? And like this is something like that I believe will like eventually be picked up by like a Netflix or like Amazon, right? So like this is something that's like super like interesting, right? That's super like innovative, right? So like these are things like that I want to see like more of, right? Like using like NFTs like as a means of like financing and like as essentially, right, like as a share of like what you are building, right? So like I think that's particularly interesting.
Yeah, I'm glad to have Maluku here because he's subtly bringing up a point that creatives in the United States are going to have more of an issue than he will have, which is this idea of being able to use NFTs to crowdfund. Unfortunately, we're a little bit under more pressure in the United States than people are globally. The technology does indeed make it possible that a small group can issue something that is valid. It has been recognized on the blockchain to actually fundraise, to actually develop a film. We have to be a little bit more creative, I think, on the United States because of our restrictions, but I think it still can be done because you could do something like pre-sales of the tickets to see that movie. Now you've actually bought something that's kind of like a pre-sale, but how they're using those funds maybe to make the movie, and then they'll be able to have, or maybe there's a VIP access instead of pre-sale. So let's just say you bought the NFT, and that means you can tune into behind the scenes or behind how it's made versus, direct crowdfunding, some type of VIP pass, which is essentially very key to what you mentioned before in terms of Bored Ape Yacht Club. It's really a VIP club, not just the uniqueness of the ape. They get access to discounts and interactions that other people who don't hold those NFTs don't actually get. So think about yourselves for a minute. Probably my last question because we're running short on time. But one of the questions is you yourself, if as in using your own creativity, what is something that you would produce for yourself, not representing clients or anything like that. What is something in the NFT space that you think you might produce one day, if not today? Candy?
Oh, that's a good question. Because that's
it doesn't have to be immediate. It could be 10 years down the line. You know, we want the heads up.
So, you know, I've been just really deep in the community, building this like Renaissance movement with artists in LA. And, you know, it was actually born out of working with Amazon Studios, working with Netflix, and not getting anywhere, because I am saying we should be utilizing crypto technology to fundraise for films and for artists. And Amazon and Netflix are very opposed to that idea because of the change it would bring and the shift of power that it creates. Now you're taking control and financing of a film out of the hands of those who think that they have the control to say yes or no whether you're allowed to make a movie, and you're just doing it on your own. That's a threat to Netflix. That's a threat to Amazon. When I, you know, come to them with these kind of ideas, I'm literally being told, specifically by Amazon, that they're not interested in, like I was working with Amazon Kids, where we're developing cartoons. And I thought it made perfect sense to be able to use the emerging technology as a means to fundraise for the project. And I was met with a lot of opposition. And so now I'm in a position where I can just do it myself. And then I would be the competitor to Amazon and to Netflix. And that makes me a threat. So it's a very interesting world, because I thought it made perfect sense, just like Mula just said, that companies that are already in that position should naturally transition into that space. But when it's about power, when it's about control, when it's about who has the right to tell the story according to the version that according to a version that makes someone a villain or makes someone else the hero, and it changes the narrative of how people perceive themselves in the world. Now we're talking about changing how people see themselves, and that can be revolutionary. And not everybody's excited about revolution if you're already in a position of power and you see this as a threat. So yeah, I totally have been planning on using crypto and NFTs. I see it as almost like Chuck E. Cheese. So like when Netflix first came out, they disrupted the entire film industry because they changed the way that films are distributed. And by changing the distribution model, that changed the way that films get funded, that changed the way that films get greenlit. Netflix started out just distributing DVDs, which is a technology that people hardly even use anymore. And now they're in a space of actually being in a position to produce projects themselves. And they started out with original programming in a show called House of Cards. And now they've proliferated into a whole different space of having lots of original programming or being able to buy completed projects from independent filmmakers and then putting that on their platform. But there's still a lot of shifting taking place. There's this tectonic shift taking place underneath the very floor of the whole entertainment industry. And so where I see an opportunity for someone like myself is to build like a Chuck E. Cheese type of experience, meaning you come into this space, and within this space, there's a currency that can be exchanged within this world for, you know, tangible goods and products, but also for digital goods and products. And then when you leave that space, the currency probably doesn't have any real value, but within that space it does. Just like when you go to Chuck E. Cheese, I can use a Chuck E. Cheese token and have the time of my life all within the Chuck E. Cheese world, but I can't spend Chuck E. Cheese dollars, you know, at Denny's or at McDonald's, right? So, but within that Chuck E. Cheese system, I got bank, right? I can go, you know, play the skee ball. I can go, and then at the end, I get to take home a toy, right? So that's more so what I'm thinking, is building a Chuck E. Cheese world where the artists that I work with are the draw. They are why people are attracted into this space. But then once you're within my Chuck E. Cheese world, the value of the currency is based on what you're able to actually get for what you're spending. And then outside of that world, it doesn't really matter what the value is, because no currency has value if it can't be attached to something that people want to buy.
Great. We're running really short on time, so I want Maluko to take 1 minute and then Trek to close in also 1 minute on that same question. You personally, what would you do in 60 seconds? Maluko.
Cheers. What would I do if I could build my own NFT? Wait, so like I'm a really big lover of art. Like I go to like Art Basel like every year, right? So like it would definitely be something art related, like especially something that's like connected to like African culture as well, right? So yeah, so like probably just like or like art piece, right? Like with a group of like African artists, African American artists, and that has like utilities, right? That like helps finance their like careers or something like this, or like create like a creator DAO, like where we can like invest in them and then like help them grow, you know? So like yeah, so like these are the things that I would be involved in.
Fantastic. Trek.
All right, so
60
currently,
seconds.
yep, I already built with my cohort 3D a builder DAO on the Wax protocol, which works inside the Uplift metaverse. If you are familiar with Minecraft, it is that ecosystem. So that's already in play right now. We're just being real, I don't want to say squirrely, but like it's not a money grab thing for us. This is if you are interested in being a builder in the Minecraft ecosystem through Uplift. Technically, this concept works in any smart contract enabled blockchain. So that's the one thing. A thing down the future that I would think of as a project to work on is making a protocol that is hard coded for having royalties be a thing of NFTs. From what I understand about all of these smart contract features that are out here now that have NFT capability, royalties is not a hard-coded feature. It is a on and off function. So technically speaking, Rarible, Mintable, OpenSea, all of them, they don't have to actually turn on the feature that allows the front-end user on the GUI to be able to get royalties as a creator / minter on their platform. There's actually a new platform right now that's called SudoSwap that's actually taking away the feature of paying out royalties, and they're doing a lower transaction fee, and they're eating in on OpenSea's marketplace. This is going to start happening more as depending on how this model works out, I expect to see more platforms trying to do the same thing of not paying royalties. That's just my thought. But yeah, those are the things.
Unfortunate.
Feeling legendary, legendary history for my people like it's February. Time on time, feeling legendary, legendary history for my people like it's February. Time on time, feeling legendary, legendary history for my people like it's February. Time on time, feeling legendary, making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop, two-stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats, call it applesauce. Rick Ross, trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prevent X, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fuck the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broken.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are. Yeah, it's an evening where I am in Gaborone, Botswana. Welcome to Black Blockchain Summit 2023. and I'm gonna be your moderator for today's talk. I would love for you to be free and let the discussion flow. My name is Alakanani Itireleng, for those of you who don't know me, and sometimes I am called the Bitcoin lady, or most of the time I'm known as the Bitcoin lady. So that's what people call me. And I would like to start off this conversation by introducing ourselves so that we get to know each other before we can proceed with the topic of the day.
I'll start. My name is
Yes,
Caleb
please.
Boyce. It's great to be with you all this morning. I'm excited about what we're going to talk about. Just a quick background on me. I'm a Howard University alum, and I worked in consulting for 4 years out of school, and then I've done independent consulting with a number of small and medium-sized businesses, mostly Black founders, and I've also done a lot of work in continuous improvement and operations. So my skill set is pretty much the full stack of business operations. So pretty much every aspect of business I've worked on or helped lead or develop. And right now I'm working for Dapper Labs Flow, and I came on as the first hire on their business ops strategy team, and I'm actually now leading the grant program, which is a Black Creator Fund grant program. So this initial cohort we had was a $1.2 million token grant to 23 projects led by Black founders, and helping them go from MVP, or from concept to MVP, and then to launch. And so I'm pretty excited about Web3, and pretty excited to be bringing more Black folks into the space and helping entrepreneurs succeed.
My name is Tony Perkins. Most folks know me as a bank teller. I spent 25 years in fintech, working for companies like State Street and Fidelity. I was a CTO there of FidSafe at Fidelity, and then worked in the personal investing side. At State Street, I was doing mainly foreign exchange work. But for the past 5 years, I've been entrenched in all things EVM, I guess, and trying to crack the problem of cash flow for all. So this is my third time with the Blockchain Summit, and it's been great to kind of report on the progress of everything. So we started on the Tron blockchain with Bankroll Network, and now we've kind of set up shop for the community of over 25,000 holders around the world, with a significant portion in the African diaspora. But we basically have a solution called Elephant Money, which is one of the world's first decentralized community banks. We've had as high as 560 million in assets under management. We're recovering from a exploit in April, and now we're back to 153 million in assets under management, and we'll probably get back to our old numbers before the end of the year. So that's been a very exciting story, like one of the most aggressive comebacks in crypto history, but also just a testament to the global community, and especially the very strong representation by the African diaspora, which I'm very excited about.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Thanks for that. Can you hear me? How's my audio?
Great.
Okay, great. So hey, I'm Esco. I'm a senior software engineer at Airbnb. I've been in the field for about, 17 years now?
Yep. Who else do we have on the wheel?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool, yeah. Currently senior software engineer at Airbnb, working on fintech. Before that, I was a software engineer at Uber, working Uber Eats. Also worked on a cryptocurrency portfolio app on Android back in 2017 for a few months. I was getting a little bit of traction, but I decided to spin it down and focus on other things. But I'm always learning more about cryptocurrency, really big into DeFi, really big in the Cosmos ecosystem, Ethereum as well. helped a few companies reach ICOs, did some small work on Dogecoin in the early stages. And yeah, I just love learning about blockchain. I'm writing a few white papers as currently looking for some projects within the next few months.
Continue with that discussion, or start out with empowering the Black people with different listening out there who does not know. Give a simple overview or a simple, explanation or a simple, an overview of what DeFis are and what DAOs are, in a way that a person who is starting in the crypto space will get to understand what exactly these are. Yeah, anybody can start. Yeah.
I can tell I'm probably the most novice person on the panel. It's early on in my Web3 journey. So I can try to explain DAOs. I know them. I'm actually not that familiar with DeFi. I know about it conceptually. I just don't participate it that much. But I can speak to DAOs just really quickly. I think the best way to kind of understand it or describe it is sort of like an investment club. There's a bunch of different use cases for DAOs, but if you think about it conceptually and simply, it's an investment club that has an automated treasury and an automated governance structure. So you basically code with software governance. So how you make decisions, whether it's voting or whether it's voting powers, depending on how much of a token or a certain other value asset that people have within the investment club. And then you can automate that with software so that voting can happen. When the vote happens, nobody has to go and push a button to enact whatever was the result of the vote. It can actually be executed automatically using software. The same thing with and that's the governance side of it. So if you've got an investment club and you guys want to make an investment in a set of NFTs or maybe into a DeFi protocol, for example, how you choose which one to invest in could be run by a vote usually, and you can run that vote using software so that it automatically executes based on the vote. And it gets way more complex as far as I understand from that. And there's a million different use cases for DAOs, but essentially, just like there are a million different use cases for investment clubs, whether it's a community bank or a fund or something like that. With the treasury too, you can have a combined wallet essentially that has the ability for the wallet to distribute funds or to invest funds or have any action essentially is determined by the software that's coded with it. And so let's say you have a vote and that vote is to put a certain amount of let's say 1 ETH per person in the investment club towards purchasing an NFT collection or something like that. That can also be automated using software. And so the value proposition for that is that you get people to collaborate from all over the world and do it pretty seamlessly and automatically, and you can really reduce the overhead and the administrative burden of having an investment club, and also potentially some of the risk around not good actors essentially. I'm not seeing it. How do you guys think about that? That's pretty good. Tell me, let's go.
Yeah, I think that was good, and that explains a pretty cool use case like an investment club.
Thanks.
See,
you go ahead.
Cool. Yeah. I get this question often, and the way I like to explain it is by going back to Bitcoin. So with Bitcoin, Bitcoin is a worldwide global distributed network for processing transactions for value transfer, and basically that means value transfer, just sending tokens from one account to another. And that's operating right now because people all around the world, they have their own computers nowadays you need these specialized computers called ASICs because the network is so computational heavy. But basically people have their own computers, they're running these transactions, and they're doing this, they're spending their time, their electricity, and everything because they're getting rewarded with Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is a token that's just created out of thin air, really, when you think about it. It's created by the smart contract as a reward for providing this service of processing transactions. So you don't need to rely on Visa, you don't need to rely on, MX, whatever it is. You just have people all around the world who are willing to do this for you in exchange for this token. And that goes back to DeFi, and what all crypto is really about is incentivizing basically resources to be used from other people to run some kind of service. So Bitcoin was the first mainstream example of that. Now we're going to an example like a decentralized exchange. DeFi, decentralized finance, basically decentralizing different financial products. There's lending, there's exchanges. So let's talk about exchanges. For an exchange, you need somebody who has a token, right? They're going to sell it to you, and somebody wants to buy a token. And without those two people, you just don't have an exchange. So the way it works is that just like Bitcoin incentivizes people to run these machines to process transactions, a decentralized exchange incentivizes people to give the exchange their money. so that other people can trade against it. So if somebody wants to trade a Bitcoin for Ethereum, you need a big pool of Bitcoin available so that somebody can walk up and say, I want to exchange my Ethereum for that Bitcoin. And the way you get that, if you're like a Robinhood or an E-Trade or some kind of traditional stock market program, you have big investors who are putting lots of money into that, who are basically providing liquidity that people can make trade. They're market makers. People can make trade against those. But for a decentralized exchange, that money comes from the people. Like everybody, the average investor, they can put their money into one big pool so that other people can go ahead and trade against that. And that's why we have this term decentralized finance, because you're not relying on the big guys. You're relying on just the average person to come along and pull their funds together to provide the service. The same goes for lending. For lending, again, if you want to have a lending service, you need a huge amount of money, and then you need customers who are coming in and taking loans against that money. And if you're a traditional lending service like a bank, then you have investors who are giving you that money. You have customers who are putting their money in those accounts that the bank can then loan off to other people. But with decentralized finance, you're relying on the other people to basically pull the money together, and then people can take loans out of that. And the part where they're getting incentivized is that there's a governance token, which Caleb kind of touched on, where let's say with Uniswap is a decentralized exchange on Ethereum, you can earn Uniswap tokens. Basically, you can own this APR for providing your liquidity. And that's how it really works. With Bitcoin, you're basically being rewarded for providing your computer to process transactions. With decentralized exchanges, you're rewarded for providing liquidity to make trades against. You're getting a token in exchange for that. For decentralized lending, you're pulling your funds to get loaned out, and you're getting also rewarded again with a token. So that's the whole idea behind it. You're getting a token to incentivize you to do some kind of work that's powering a service that is decentralized, has no central authority. There's no huge money players involved, no huge investors, just the average person.
Yeah, Esco, you have covered a little bit on one of the things that I've asked about the DAOs and DeFi's. So when we look at what I forgot the name. I'm sorry. Is it Caleb? Oh,
yep.
And yeah, what Caleb said and what you said, we hear the words investment, we hear the word savings, we hear the words profiting and all that. So we are talking about leveling the field. Do you foresee this DeFi's, the coming up of DeFi's and DAOs really playing a role in leveling the financial field in as far as the Black community is concerned, especially when we look at the traditional financial institution, what has been happening? Do you think with the introduction of something that is quite digital, something that is quite technical as DeFi's and DAOs, do we see really the field being leveled in the Black community?
I would say that's a resounding yes. I think what there's a great overview of like DAOs and DeFi. I think zooming out a little bit, what do these things provide? It allows people to have organized community action in the financial realm. It also provides for inclusion, which is very important. These systems operate for all, so anyone who is, as long as you have a viable financial product on chain, then participants are going to come of all shapes and sizes, regions, levels of sophistication to coordinate capital to some net effect, whether it's money markets or whether it's in the case of something like Elephant Money, it's we're basically growing a balance sheet. Any bank is measured by their balance sheet, right? So, we're 10th largest holder of BNB on the Binance Smart Chain. So, that said, though, we have strong representation by the diaspora, folks in Nigeria, South Africa, and of course, in the United States, African Americans, and then people worldwide, right? But everyone's participating. And so what it allows, I think the most exciting part about DeFi is for good protocols, you have folks that we call whales, larger investors participating and pushing towards a common goal, whether that be a token price or whether that be stability of like a stable coin, or whether that be deep liquidity for a money market. Everyone is allowed to participate. And what do you need to participate? All you need is an internet connection and a smartphone. So this is really exciting for pretty much everyone worldwide. And I think as it relates to the diaspora, it's just wide open. Again, everyone can participate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to add a quick comment. So a quick stat. So I was doing some research yesterday on another project, but I didn't know this. I found this out yesterday. That Africa is home to the second largest Bitcoin market in the world, and had a crypto market growth of over 100 billion in the past year. That's Africa. I mean, that's really, really significant. I think if you're looking at traditional financial structures and the limited access that we might have or other marginalized populations wouldn't have to that, it's being welcomed. There's clearly a need there, and it's a lot of growth, and so it's really exciting. And so I think that just to be able to access without having to go through traditional, like showing up at a bank and like rely on somebody to admit you into like give a bank account or get a loan or something like that. The fact that you can just virtually anonymously and do it at scale is, I think, it's a huge advantage for this, and I think it's the most makes it the most relevant for the future, but also for our communities, African diaspora communities. Like, it really does increase access, and I think that's what leads to equity potentially.
Yeah, and not only does it increase access to financial services, but it also increases access to earnings opportunities. Traditionally, you've only been able to make money from trades if you are like a huge regulated financial institution. But now you can put your funds on Uniswap, PancakeSwap, whatever these decentralized exchanges. You can put your funds there. You can earn basically a return on that, all passive. And this is possible because it's all decentralized. Now, if this wasn't decentralized, it would be illegal. Like, it would be you'd be kind of selling securities, you'd be performing loan services, things like that. But because it's decentralized, it allows anyone to be able to profit from this type of activity.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. And I was going to say one of the most exciting things that that I see in the space is for small businesses in particular, and especially in the continent, and really globally for like Caleb said, for marginalized communities. You often have, the workforce is made up of primarily small businesses, and which traditionally haven't had access to sophisticated financial products to augment their cash flow and to improve their balance sheet from operations. And now with DeFi, one of the things that we're seeing, and what I'm seeing in the numbers, is that there's a large participation by small businesses that are able to take their cash flow earnings and multiply that with fairly safe passive products that are built on pretty aggressive yields on stable coins, for example, and also as has been said before, via income from, say, just providing liquidity, which are all fairly low risk products. And that can be leveraged to great effect while people are still doing what they love, whether it be producing entertainment or producing art or producing basically running a restaurant. Whatever you're doing, you can on the back office now. Small businesses now have these tools to upscale their overall balance sheets, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah. We are having this discussion right now. We are on the internet. I'm on the other end of the world, and you are on the other end of the world. So how do we really take such technologies to people who are like the village. Let's say from somebody who is in Botswana, somewhere there, who does not have access to the financial tools of like the traditional financial tools that existed. And now we want to introduce D5s and DAOs. How do we make it possible that we develop systems that will really reach out to the people through the D5s and decentralized autonomous organizations like that? How do we do that? How do we reach that person who is like in the far deep, so that we don't eliminate them like we see with the traditional finances right now?
Yeah, I have some like some really interesting things that are happening, like as a use case, like the what's called Yield Guild YGG in the Philippines, using like Axie Infinity, which is a blockchain a metaverse game, and people are able to earn using that game. And so you've got folks who traditionally wouldn't have access to earnings are now able to, like, I think you guys still have to use a computer, but they're able to actually earn money in a new way that wasn't possible before to actually play a game. And so I think that's a huge, like, one demonstration about the value of this, but also I think that like learn to earn and like these other types of like gaming interactivity platforms where you give people an opportunity to do something that's fun as well as to like learn is really key to actually exposing some of these like these more like marginalized audiences or folks that lack access to certain infrastructure. But I mean, the key thing about Africa, which I always found fascinating, is that they, generally speaking, from a technological standpoint, they jumped past laptops and tablets and went straight from like nothing basically in traditional finance to cell phones and cell phone networks and then smartphones. And so that's actually changed like the perspective inherently about how they approach like finance, because most of finance is done over phones, and also about how they think about technology as well. And so I think that creates an opportunity for them to onboard a lot quicker and have like a lot more use cases for leveraging like the benefits of decentralization through DAOs or DeFi. It's my personal opinion though.
Yeah, that's 100% right and critical. For example, with Elephant, we're 100% optimized for mobile consumption, on day one, and supporting all of the various cold wallet integrations with the mobile phone, because this is someone's bank. This is to someone's savings account, checking account, and that even if the phone is lost, it has to be secure. So integrating with cold wallet storage and stuff, and all of the Web3 technologies is really important, as well as it being responsive and working across all mobile platforms. I think another thing, especially that's come up of late, is localization efforts are also very important, beyond just supporting this sort of standard European, I would say, languages that, whether it be like French or English or Portuguese or things like that, that are spoken across the diaspora. It's also important to support native African languages. And I think that's one of the efforts that we're going to deal with as we get larger. I think that in particular is not addressed in even sort of mainstream DeFi projects. And that's a place where that more work can be done. You can integrate things like Google has services, to basically auto translate the page and stuff, but you want to provide first-class support for communities, and so I think the localization efforts are really important long-term, and education, in providing education in particular languages and as well to target communities.
Yeah. And I think another cool thing.
Anything you would love to add before? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think another cool thing that needs more investment is on-ramp. So like an on-ramp basically is a system that allows you to go from traditional finance to decentralized finance. So you have a dollar bill, you want to get a stable coin, an on-ramp allows you to send the dollar bill to some account, and then it gives you a stable coin to your Ethereum wallet, for example. So as long as you have an on-ramp, you can get from your cash or your credit or whatever funds you have in traditional finance, then you can enter the world of crypto, and from there you can take advantage of everything that's available to everyone else across the entire world. Now, in remote places that don't have a good infrastructure, having these on-ramps will be critical to getting them connected to our system, because without that, they just don't have access. And there's ways you can do it, like there's peer-to-peer on-ramps where you can go online, you can go to there's these websites where you have P2P trading, you basically can give somebody cash, or you can send them a transfer through an account, and then they credit you through their own system with some kind of through escrow, for example. And then once you get on there, like you can do, like somebody in Botswana, for example, they can acquire USD stablecoins. So the currency USD is very stable compared to a lot of the currencies across Africa. Like the inflation is very high in Africa. So if you're able to take your funds and you transfer it to USD, now you're actually saving a lot just by having it in USD, because it's not going to be inflated as much as your local currency is. And also you can actually basically purchase services that are only available to people in the US if you go through through this system, through like USD stable coins, even like cards connected to USD and to stable coins and things like that. So yeah, I think as long as we have the on ramps, basically you can connect them to the entire system.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
We only have about 2 minutes to wrap up our discussion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of follow up on the DAO part. So one thing that's incredibly powerful about DAOs and the automation that comes with it. So because you have the automation with the treasury management and with the governance, you can actually scale pretty easily. And these structures are decentralized. They're not owned by any particular bank or entity. So it provides a lot of opportunities to really to drive activism, essentially. So it's like, how do you organize a group of people and put funds together to actually affect change or to drive impact? And this is as much in the US as it is, or as it is anywhere else in the world, in the African diaspora community. But particularly in the US, we've had trouble being able to drive impact, essentially, because we can't. We need to have a central authority that has a bank account to be able to fund this type of thing. We need to have some sponsorship from the traditional bank system, which maybe we don't have access to. And so in a grant program that I'm running here at Flow, we have 3 DAOs, actually. The Howard University DAO, which I'm very excited about as an alum. And they're trying to actually activate the Howard University community, alumni and connected folks to pool money together and basically drive impact within the university as well as within the community. And I've been talking with some other folks who have there's a Crimson DAO for the Harvard University. There's a Lion DAO for Columbia University. There's an Aggie DAO for North Carolina A&T. And so these alumni and university-oriented DAOs are actually growing and sprouting up right now. And I think it's a huge opportunity to really activate, particularly HBCU alums, which traditionally are not very active, at least not giving back. And so I think it's a huge opportunity. But being able to affect change. So aside from the opportunities in Africa and more the developing markets, within the US ourselves, we have the ability to raise money from folks using these traditional easy on-ramp structures and to pool money together and to really drive and affect change. And that really hasn't been possible before in history, to my knowledge, at least not this easily and not this easily scale. So that's a really exciting part about DAOs and some of the things that DeFi's that allow as well, is that we can pool money together and have it earned, as well as being able to use it to drive impact. So it's all very exciting for me. And I'm very excited for the DAOs. The Black DAO is another one of our grantees as well that's doing this. So it's pretty exciting.
Hi, my name is Bob Ponce. I am the co-moderator of the Black People in Cryptocurrency group on Facebook. I've been a cryptocurrency investor since 2013. And today's panel is called Enter the Metaverse, the life and pursuit. Let's see, what was I gotta look. The Pursuit of Life and Liberty. Beautiful title. And I'm pleased to have as my guest on this panel, Ryan Robinson. I'm going to give you a portion of his bio because if I read the whole bio, all our time would be up. But Ryan is a visionary who's creating quantum technology to change the world. He's the CEO of Conduit Inc., a startup he founded while a student at MIT. He's the world's first quantum engineer by degree, and his startup Conduit uses high-powered computing to create for home-use medical devices and treatments. He was born in Miami and started taking college classes at Harvard at age 15. After being accepted to MIT, he began researching dark matter at age 18. And after studying under Eric Lander, the father of the Human Genome Project, he created a company called Conduit, which is dedicated to using computers to create products that solve the world's biggest problems. And he did this while still a student at MIT. And at 22, he was featured in Forbes for Conduit's work in solving real-world problems. And he's also lectured at MIT about quantum computer and cryptocurrency. So Ryan, welcome to the Black Blockchain Summit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here.
So I want to start our talk about the metaverse with the end in mind. Because this is a Black Blockchain Summit, I think it's appropriate that at the end of our discussion, we at least have some indication of how the metaverse can positively or negatively affect the people, culture, and history of the African diaspora. So that's the road we want to get down. But at the beginning, I'd like us to just talk about what is the metaverse. So I want to ask you to just kind of give a brief definition of kind of what you feel the metaverse is.
Yeah, absolutely. And first, let me say it's a question that I think about a lot, obviously from a blockchain perspective, from a quantum computing perspective, because a lot of it's similar questions involved in terms of what's the future going to look like. For me, I define the metaverse as really an extension of our current state of the internet, where we're transferring more of our interactions and less from a physical space, physical to physical, and now into virtual to virtual, a V2V type interactions, with obviously a more visual component that simulates some aspects of the physical reality. So long story short, metaverse as I see it, again, is a more virtual world that simulates more aspects of the physical reality that we all live in.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I kind of thought about this a little bit as just preparing for this panel, because I had to ask myself, well, this term has been thrown around, and I thought about the fact that from the beginning of the history of data science and processing, which actually goes back to the abacus, which is like 2700 BC. We've always proceeded in ways to improve the technology that the data processing side interfaces with humans in a better, real and better way. So we went from the abacus to computer punch cards, which I didn't know till I looked this up. So I don't want to pretend that I'm this smart, but Wikipedia helped me out on this. So computer punch cards, which basically built the IBM Corporation, that technology was actually invented in the 1800s, believe it or not, and really came into being in the 1900s and literally built IBM into what was at that point in time the #1 technology company in the world by far. And then advances in processing, got magnetic tape and all these other developments. And then came the internet, which is like, okay, so we had this HTML, hypertext markup language, which is just a technologically difficult way to say that we were able to now collect both text, images, and then video and sound. And the HTML acts as a point guard to make all of those modes available, so that now we're not just interacting with text, but we can see images, we can see video, we can see music. And now with the advances of mobile computing, it got to us to the point where we're now carrying it all around in our hand. And the next generation is obviously this generation where we bring in, VR, virtual reality, and augmented reality. So we're going beyond all of those kind of static interactions into something where we're going into a world that is kind of like the way we take in data as humans, which is we see, we hear, we feel. We haven't quite got smell and taste into this mode yet, but we've got most of the major senses that we operate in, and we're being able to take that and directly connect that into this computer network world that we live in. So that being the case, and I also want to mention that we know that the company that it now calls itself Meta, formerly Facebook, has tried to maybe hijack the definition. And so their definition is very centric to VR headsets because they own a VR headset company. So how do you see, because you have a broad view of technology that goes beyond kind of a hyper specific and profit oriented view of it. So how do you view, are we just talking about adding VR headsets to what we already have, or is there something more to this interaction that we call the metaverse?
Oh man, so really you're gonna see in the 21st century a revolution in what a computer really is, and thereby how we interact with computers. So instead of it going from, of course, like you just documented, from big to small, mechanical to electrical, you're talking about analog, etc. You're talking about miniaturized technology, now technology on your your wrists, etc. Now, of course, we're talking about technology that is at its core is really going to be totally different from what we've imagined. And so we're assuming this, of course, that will require companies and governments and the whole coalition of stakeholders really pushing that forward. But in short, it's pretty clear that it's going to be beyond headsets. It's going to be beyond headsets. So, for instance, you could have it where you drop you have a ball, right? And you have a ball, and you drop the ball on the floor, and the ball opens up, and now you're in a virtual sphere, right? So there's really, really profound things that can happen. And I think a lot of that is going to depend, of course, like you said, on the physical hardware, the physical technology that then enables this virtual technology. And that can go very, very deep. I mean, just already kind of starting that little thread. I mean, you could say that, our physical bodies, right, are interfaces for a more higher plane of existence, and going back to whomever you want to talk about, the Hindus, ancient Hindu, the Bhagavad Gita, this idea of my point being of a virtual reality. It goes back, many, many, many years, but it's usually the opposite way around. So right now we're talking about, of course, where the physical reality is sort of the default state, and then the virtual reality will be the sort of newer reality, this fake reality. While if you go back in religion, it's the same thing but inverted, where the physical reality we inhabit, of course, is sort of the fakeness, it's the void, or rather the illusion, excuse me. And so that's really interesting. So it adds another layer on top of that. But again, to summarize to your specific question, is that no, definitely headsets are not going to be the end all be all. I mean, it's really going to be really dramatic. And I think product designers, product managers, artists, this is a huge opportunity for them to really collaborate with technologists, become technologists themselves, and again, redefine not only this virtual reality, but the physical interface, the physical hardware that would create and manifest these virtual realities.
And accompanying this kind of buzz around the metaverse, there's always this interesting dance with popular culture, and this is the year of multiverse movies. And so Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, Michelle Yeoh, everybody is talking about the multiverse. And I don't want to laugh those things off because we've already seen how our science, so-called fiction, predicts and points toward what has become science fact. So is there anything you see in kind of the popular multiverse buzz that gives us some clues about ways that we can kind of develop the metaverse into something useful for us in the so-called real world?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'm personally a fan in this context because it answered those questions for me. Is Ready Player One? I thought that was a cool movie. It wasn't super innovative from what it demonstrated inside the virtual reality, but I think it did a good job of demonstrating, I think, the stakeholder conflict that you're going to have. Because under the movie, I won't spoil it, obviously, but is it sure? I mean, you kind of have the individual player, and then you have this sort of big corporate company, that's been around, and they're all over, and they're like this huge, megalith of influence, and the virtual reality becomes this battleground, right? Again, between labor versus capital, individual versus the company. So that part I found really interesting, again, in terms of stakeholder conflict. The thing about humans, we have a hard time getting along, and even if you live with somebody in the real world, it's hard, whether it be your brother, your mom, your sister, your twin, it's challenging. And so any space that we kind of bring we bring our consciousness into, we assert ourselves in, whether it be space, whether it be physical land, Antarctica even, there's tends to be a bit of a conflict. So I think you're going to see that as a part of the pop culture for sure. And I think you're also going to see it as a challenge for these governments to really keep pace with what the technology is, how to regulate it, and it both, in terms of a taxation perspective, as well as in terms of, for the safety of whomever it may be, kids, whomever. And I think you've seen that, bring it back to sort of the roots of the organization with blockchain, as governments, either stifling innovation, promoting innovation through their regulatory powers, for good or for bad. And so what you're going to see is huge phase of experimentation, where I imagine the United States will probably be a little bit slow. There'll probably be companies that get there first, and they're innovating on top of each other, and boom, 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 boom. The government's 5-10 years behind. It'll probably be the SEC and IRS. Will probably be the first. Hey, wait, how do we tax this? What's going on? You bought a virtual good. That'll probably be one of the first agencies to really grab hold of it mentally, conceptually. And then, of course, I think you'll probably see it as well, eventually, in terms of even like a military aspect. As these things in the virtual world start to have significance in the physical world, things that start in the virtual world having significance in the physical world. So you're gonna see government involved in this for sure. And I think obviously with the over 200 countries in the world, recognized countries in the world, it's basically going to be an example of what the founding fathers talked. We talked about life and liberty. Founding fathers talked about when they created the idea or fostered the idea of federalism in this country, which was the idea that different states would be sort of testing grounds for different policies. I think you're going to see the same thing, but again on a global level.
And how do you see quantum computing what is the effect that quantum computing is going to have on the development of the metaverse?
I've actually been begging for someone to ask me this question. Because it's so exciting because right now quantum computing it's we were talking about it's very limited by the stakeholders, by the incentive structure that we are now, and it's very sort of myopic. It's very imaginative on a higher level. I mean, you definitely have pioneers. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying in terms of what makes progress, it's very sort of traditional in thinking. You've got geopolitics, you've got cryptography, sort of the obvious stuff, drug discovery, and at least to me, it's obvious. Anyone who kind of studies this stuff, it was some of the first examples. I mean, Shor's algorithm for cryptography. So I'll break that down for people that don't know. Shor's algorithm is really the first major use case for quantum computing, and technically hypothetical. And what it does is it breaks down RSA encryption. RSA encryption, for those who don't know, is basically the standard encryption protocol, the standard lock and key approach that the internet uses. So if you want to secure something, you use RSA encryption, generally speaking. And what my point is that Shor's algorithm, the first use case for quantum computing, said, hey, here's how we can break into practically any safe on the internet, to keep it very, 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 very simple. That, you know, created a huge explosion of interest, and particularly in the last 10 years or so, on a geopolitical level, number one. You've seen on a drug discovery level with pharma companies and biomedical fields, they still quite haven't figured out what exactly to do with it. But that was already clear because the foundations of it, speaking to 1980 here at MIT, was Richard Feynman. You know, there were some people before him, but he was sort of the one that really made it a thing. He didn't call it quantum computers, he called it universal simulator, a universal simulator. And I think that that's gonna be important later on, and this is my point, is that he was talking about in the context of physics experiments, simulating physics experiments, which it then immediately translates over to chemistry experiments immediately. So the drug discovery part, my point is, the drug discovery part, isn't really that profound of a leap of thought. You know, oh, well, we can simulate physics. Well, then the next obvious thought, at least for me, was, you know, drug discovery, even though that was in 1980, 81, and now we're here in 2022 and they're still trying to kind of figure it out. And so you got that going on, but bring it obviously to the question, which is how does quantum computing affect augmented reality, metaverse, which is more VR, virtual reality, is that going back to what I said, Richard Feynman, that's the reason I brought him up, universal simulator. My advisor at MIT, Seth Lloyd, has a book called Program the Universe, where he talks about how the universe itself is a quantum computer computing itself, running its data, processing its data. And so I bring that up to say that quantum computing has this huge minefield, of possibility and opportunities, and using quantum computing to simulate a lot of these virtual realities. Specifically, what I'm saying is that quantum computers are these very, at least in the hypothetical, are very powerful processing tools, very, very powerful. Now, currently, they are mainly used for probabilistic type things. They're not necessarily used for stuff like what we're talking about. You would kind of need more of like a quantum AWS almost, something that can host things, right? That can maintain things. It sort of can maintain your virtual reality app, if you will. Right now, it's used again for more computational, you know, calculations, 2 + 2, 4 + 4, etc. But my point being is that quantum computers, in their ability to simulate, because from a certain perspective, the universe is a quantum computer, means that there's a huge potential for quantum computers to simulate these virtual realities as these huge data processing machines. And not only that, but to be able to do it in an energy efficient manner. Right now, the major use case for quantum computing is actually, funny enough, not just on the sort of software algorithm, financial, drug discovery, you know, cryptographic approach, but just on an energy usage. So you right now, say you've got a huge data center, is a quantum computer to you is a very, very attractive idea because it uses 100, sometimes even 1,000 times less energy. My point being is that, you know, we're talking about a virtual reality is going to use much more data, much more data. And so quantum computers really come in, again, two different ways. One is the sheer amount of data they can process. And finally, number two is the energy usage in processing that data, So finally, what I suspect we'll see with augmented reality, virtual reality devices, once we start getting into that futuristic, like we were talking about sci-fi world, is you're probably gonna have hybrid systems that use classical computing, and then parts that use quantum computing. And that follows in the history of computing as well. I mean, the first computers were not electrical. Of course, they were, you said, the abacus. And so there was a certain point, especially talking about the 1930s, 1940s, even especially at MIT, we were talking about Cloud Shannon and that time period where, again, these machines were hybrid, they were part mechanical, part electrical. So again, I think in our transition over to this new reality, new meta reality, is going to be these hybrid systems of classical and quantum, again, because the quantum adds an advantage, number one, in terms of data processing, and two, in energy efficiency.
So let's talk a little bit about the potential downsides for all this, because you know, one of my pet peeves about, and I love technology, but I always feel like we always have glowing discussions about the potential future, and the downsides never show up in those discussions, especially look, we live in a world where technology gets funded through primarily through venture capital. And it's interesting because a lot of the really good stuff that we have came from open source, and the idea, a lot of technologists really do have this egalitarian view that the technology should be available to everyone and shared. And certainly we wouldn't have the internet that we have as a base for all this without that type of view. But once it comes into the venture sphere, then it all becomes about, well, how do we create addressable markets, and how can we capture market share? How can we create the platform that everyone builds on, like Meta is trying to do? So going forward from here, let's take off the rose-colored glasses and let's look at the crap-colored glasses and see what is the potential downside for this, whether it be resource allocation, because certainly going forward, this is a bandwidth-intensive use of technology. And as we bringing it back to Black Blockchain Summit, whether we're talking about urban cities in America, or you're talking about African countries or Caribbean countries that don't have the type of bandwidth or communications infrastructure, how do we make sure that the development of the metaverse we want to see is inclusive for all those populations?
Yeah, absolutely. And so you were spot on too. It was funny. And in terms of the negative aspects of this, I mean, of course, it's humans. You give us a pencil, right? We can write, a beautiful play, a Shakespeare play, or we can stab somebody with it. We're just with 8 billion,
a tool or a weapon.
Yeah. So, and with 8 billion of us, this is something I think about too, is that, so Bob, is to think about, if you have 8 billion people, right? That means in any, arbitrary period of time, let's just say, to keep it very simple, let's say in 1 second, everyone thinks one thought. One thought in 1 second. So that means in 1 second, just like that, there's been 8 billion thoughts. So the simplification, but to get my point across, is that, so say, in what might take you 8 billion seconds to think, right? Someone in the world over here thought that random thought. Obviously, a lot of those thoughts are similar. What am I going to eat? And I can't wait to get home. Oh man, I hate this job. You have those similar thoughts. But my point being is that if you're talking about possibilities, my point is that in every second, in this example, there's 8 billion possibilities of thought. And so when you're talking about something like, of course, metaverse and virtual reality, I mean, the possibilities are endless for good and for bad. Specifically, let's talk about from the user perspective for a second, is that so much of our technology actually ends up hurting us. Let's talk from that, like I said, from our physical perspective. For instance, our phones, they radiate, and they actually can cause damage to us. There's studies even if the phone is in the room, people don't sleep as well. There's studies how the radiation of your phone can actually hurt your brain, can affect your brain processing power. And it goes, list goes on and on and on. But even, cars, I mean, pollution is the obvious example. We have even plastic silverware, the plastic gets in our food, and then, so it affects our bodies. So, it's really, I think, and speaking to that, especially that point where you were saying about the VC aspect, is that, and you see this with plastic pollution right now, is that if you talk to an industrial engineer, petrochemical engineer, they can tell you 10 different ways to use plastics. But in terms of the effects of the plastic on the body, you'll find this lack of research, ironically, right, on how exactly does it affect the body. But again, a million different use cases on how to use it to make money, to profit off of it, to scale, like you said. And I'm using the example of pollution in that example. But I think that's going to be a challenge for people. Is, so say, that new device comes out that really, really pushes the frontier. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be awesome. But there's going to also be a question of, okay, well, how is this affecting the thing between my ears? How is this affecting my brain? And a lot of people are not going to ask that question. A lot of people are not going to care because they won't even know to ask those types of questions. because there's just so much going on now in the 21st century in terms of technology. It's kind of hard to keep track of how this is affecting you, how that's affecting you. I mean, even being indoors, you know, the lack of vitamin D, you know, even the material used in the, you know, asbestos. That's an easy example. You know, but if you don't, if you're not really in that mindset of questioning these things, I think that's a benefit that technologists have. Why obviously you invited me to be on the panel is we're constantly questioning these things. You know, you can't really innovate if you haven't understood what's come before you, else you're just recreating. You're just recreating. So you're gonna have that aspect where again, the physical effects of the technology honestly will probably not be understood for a while. They're not going to be funded by many people because they don't, you know, the companies don't want you to know. You can see that even for like the plant-based meats that are out now. You know, it's like there are all these effects. So you got that, number one. Number two, going now to the actual the user in terms of the experience of it. This is obvious, but I mean, you're going to have the whole social media thing. You know, again. So, you know, you're gonna have people who, you know, say you're dating so forth and so on in the physical reality, but they got a whole nother family in the virtual reality. You know, they might be dating someone totally different. You know, catfish is gonna be a whole nother game now. You know, so you're gonna have that experience, and of course, you're gonna have people that just prefer to live in that virtual reality more. You know, an example of this. For those who are into anime, it's called Sword Art Online. It's a show. It's a famous TV show, Bob. Well, long story short, these people. Well, it actually goes back to the corporate part, but these people they wear headsets. So going back to what we were talking about, headsets, and it takes them to this virtual reality. Long story short, they can't take off the virtual reality headset. It's this really crazy thing. They can't take it off, and they're stuck. They're physically stuck.
So it's really like a Matrix 1.0.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. In this Japanese cartoon version of it, built in the context of a sort of a video game as a pretext. And long story short, obviously their physical bodies deteriorate, number one, and number two, you get people who are like, well, hey, you know, so there's these people that get married in the virtual reality, and then it becomes a question: well, are you really married? You know, so you're gonna start to have these questions of legality. You know, what does something happening in the virtual reality qualify for something in the physical reality? You know, if I see you in the virtual reality and I throw it and I say, you know, slurs at you, does that qualify as a hate crime in physical reality? You know, so you're gonna have that type of stuff as well. Privacy as well, you know, is that will the courts have rights to subpoena the data from your virtual persona, your virtual conversations? You're gonna have, so definitely a huge question talking about life and liberty. And now bring it to the last point, I'm talking a lot, is that the companies like you brought up, I want to bring it back to that point. In this show, Sword Art Online, the company designed it that way. They said, oh, well, haha, we got you. You know, you're stuck in this. Now this guy he's like a crazy, you know, kind of a nerd gone wrong type thing. It's not like strictly the VC route, but point being is that you're going to have these companies going to have even more power over us, and it's going to be diverted, even though in reality, to bring it back to what you said, it's honestly, it's really going to depend on so many tools, development kits that are really going to be developed by people that, like our internet pioneers, they did for free. I mean, the Linux system, for instance, is the easy example. Easiest example we can think. I mean, even blockchain, right? The guy made it. We don't even know if it's a guy. You know, it's Satoshi. It's anonymous. You know, these people, you know, really end up fostering this. But I think that what I would encourage those people to do who are, you know, they just want to do it for egalitarian purposes. And I'm this, you know, very similar, is that there's a quote by MLK that I love where it says, peace will not happen until those who organize for peace organize as effectively as those who organize for war.
Wow, that's profound, and I think that's very relevant, and it goes back to my original question about we have this company Meta that has literally done a whole branding around their, you know, entering their version of the metaverse, and obviously creating their platform as the one platform to, you know, of all platforms. Is there anything we see on the horizon that is a counter to that is more like the open blockchain or the open internet that we have, where we can have peer-to-peer interactions that are not centralized.
Oh man, yeah. There's of course entire communities, devoted to this on sort of the subreddits and stuff like that, and the open source community. I think the challenge though is because there isn't really. I mean, even we know that Meta is definitely not the clear winner of this. I know they're doing it for the marketing, but we know that the race hasn't even really begun. This beginning of the beginning of the beginning of the beginning. I mean. And then even still, even if you're the first, right, that doesn't mean you're gonna be the best or the one that stays. I mean, we all remember AOL with the dial-up. You remember Internet Explorer?
Exactly. When AOL had the bigger market capitalization than Time Warner, and now both those companies are gone.
Yahoo. Remember, you had to find something on Yahoo. Remember those days?
Right.
So Yep. And it's like, fortunately, I mean, like any sort of new frontier, it opens up our opportunities for these new companies to come in and innovate and make their mark. I think, of course, is that you do risk them, like you see now. I don't know if you remember, but in 2006, 2007, remember Facebook was like the cool thing. That was like cool. And then, fast forward 2016, 10 years later, it's like,
right, it becomes your parents and grandparents' social media platform, and you have a whole generation of young people who wouldn't be seen, caught dead on Facebook, for loss of social capital.
Right, exactly. And so that's going to be a really interesting part. Is I think the real company that's going to come in is you're going to see some of these paradigms repeat. An example being, just going back to what you just said, is you're going to have that kind of Apple versus IBM, PC versus Mac type dynamic, right? That speaks to these generational attitudes. Because now we have generations marked. I say, in history, it's like generations are marked just by 20 years. Now our generations are marked by the technology, the TV shows. They're very, very corporate based generations. Or even for me, if I meet someone who's like 5 years younger, 6 years younger, they're like in a different world than me. Whereas historically, it was really more in these kind of 20-year blocks. Having generations marked by technology. And so that's going to be really interesting. So you got that going on. But again, I think it's going to come down to those type of open source people that are really going to make the tools to move this forward. And I think it's going to be the same motifs. I mean, as that's driven all of our innovation before. So me as a technologist, we were talking about, how do we make the future and what's going on? I always bring it back to psychology, and I bring it back specifically to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Those hierarchy of needs. We're talking about, of course, food. You're talking about shelter, the feeling of being loved, self-fulfillment, existential, all that type of stuff, fulfillment. And so that's really going to be a framework that will be able to encapsulate a lot of the innovation you're going to see. So for example, very easy example, shopping. So I could make a company today and call it, I don't know, VR shopping, to keep it simple. And you put on this headset, right? And it allows you to shop in a virtual grocery store and check out that, they deliver it to you. Same thing for real estate, fashion, etc. So, you're going to see the thing about humans is even, we don't really change that. Everything changes, but everything stays the same at the same time.
Right. Because we still, at the end of the day, still have the human interface. We see, we hear, we touch, we feel, we taste. We have desires for social interaction. We have these creative expression that we want to do, and we've created culture around those things that goes in a variety of different ways. So I want to bring it back to what the opportunities are for the diaspora, whether we're talking about telemedicine, whether we're talking about education, whether we're talking about culture. There's definitely some areas where we can so-called take the high ground. So maybe some of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, well, one, starting off with a quote by Audre Lorde is that there can be no liberation without community. And I think that how well we are able to utilize technologies like the metaverse is going to come down to how well we support each other, And really, what I've been seeing, I don't know, Bob, you've been seeing, but for me personally, in my space, I've been seeing a lot of Pan-Africanism, diasporaism, if what you want to call it that, where there's starting to be this larger identity that I think opens up for more collaboration, more unity, more wealth creation, everything, family structures potentially, and so that's been really great on the physical side. I think in terms of specifically, obviously, your question about the metaverse is that looking at traditionally the history of African Americans in the United States, just talking about just from that thread and moving forward, is that, I mean, if you look at music, I love music, so I'm gonna use that as a segue. If you look at jazz, if you look at even the Beatles will say, they were exposed to that type of music by Black musicians. They're the first one to say this. And so rock and roll, all these different forms. So I think from a creative aspect, from a innovative aspect, even the Matrix, what I've read has been by some people credited to a Black woman that wrote the original script. I don't know if that's how true that is. I haven't had the time to research that, but that's what I've seen articles about that. My point being is that with the metaverse, I see, and the most obvious thing is people of color, children of the diaspora, really being the innovators, number one. And I think number two, Bob, I know you know this, but I think our challenge is going to be on the capital side. I'm going to be on these ideas, scaling these ideas without giving so much of the financial rewards of this off to that traditional VC path. I think that's gonna be number one. Well, I'll stop there because I think you want to say something.
Well, that obviously goes right back into your wheelhouse, because that's a very real world problem that you have to solve in your business right now. Is how do you have these tremendously creative ideas, and you're blessed to have a fairly specific vision of how to implement it. But it still requires that capital. So based on your experiences, looking at the metaverse, looking at some of the ideas we have on how we can create a part of that metaverse, or maybe all of it, that we own the platforms that we connect on, or at least they're being shared, open, distributed platforms, which would level the playing field and basically give the edge to the innovators. So so based on your real world today experience about that, any thoughts about how we move in that direction, not only for the metaverse, but for all the technological innovations that we have the opportunity to unlock?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, just from my experience, is for context for everyone watching, is that, so for my company Conduit, we've had the fortitude to really execute our vision how we want to do it. And that's been from a history of saying no to certain deals and deciding to raise money through our community and bootstrapping, and really, really great. And so we've been able to pierce into both worlds, what both worlds are like, and what the experience is, at least it's much more color for sure. And so bringing it to this context is, I think you're gonna see, I think in terms of how we can utilize these opportunities is going to come down to, I know I said community already, but specifically I think it's going to come down to really the influencers, the people that carry weight, sway in the African American diaspora community. For instance, I know, Bob, you've seen this. I know you've seen this, where people who weren't in the blockchain, the second Jay-Z invested in it, they're like, "Oh, what's going on?" And then, of course, they're like years late. Forgive you guys, but we told you this years ago, and so and that's a primate thing, by the way. That's not just a human thing. It's a book I was reading. It was saying how where they had these primates, these apes, and they had them try to introduce new norms into society. It's gonna blow you away. So they started with the lowest caste, if you will, of apes, the ones that weren't not with the top, and it took them 2 years to get the norm through the society of apes, and after literally a couple of days, it faded away. It was whatever. But then they had the apes that were on top of the consider the primal apes, whatever you want to say, the top apes, and they learned this literally in an hour, and it lasted forever after that. Years after that. So I think in that context, I think the influencer strategy is going to be really, 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 really important in terms of organizing people, bringing their attention to it. But I think so. I think with that regard, it's going to be a question of educating people and breaking down, communicating what these concepts are to people. So say I'm company X and I'm making this really cool metaverse product, and I want to use this influencer approach. I'm really going to have to find, especially I'm starting from very, very minimal resources, find people that are influencers are willing to work with me, obviously on a low budget. Number one, influencers have been a little bit kind of, no offense, influencers, you guys have been kind of spoiled, the last 10 years, through the TikToks and Instagram, and so it's it's become its own marketplace. And so you got that going on. So influencer strategy number will be really, really important. But two, again, is how you communicate it, especially in America, because America, part of our federalist structures, and the state is in charge of education. You're gonna get the MIT guy that understood it 5 years ago, but then you get the person from Florida. I'm from Florida, so I can talk a little garbage. Is that they might not understand it really quick, and so the simpler your idea, the way you communicate it, the better. And I think it's also going to require really some champions, some people like the Tyler Perrys and the Oprahs and etc. to really say, hey, I'm going to help introduce this into the world. I mean, look at like Obama in 2008. Remember when he did the Oprah interview? Whoa, what? Okay, this guy is really a big deal. So it's really going to rely on that sort of talented 10th. Speaking back to Dubois, about getting these ideas out here in a way that doesn't totally make us sellouts to the sort of traditional routes of fundraising like we've seen in the past.
I think that those are excellent insights, and kind of a revisiting of the talented 10th philosophy, and some of it is the celebrated 10th, but there's also got to be this interaction with those who have the knowledge, can communicate effectively with those who have the voice. And I see it happening. And one of the things I've noticed is that our leading athletes and entertainers now have now become technology investors. And you've got people like Nas, who has a venture capital arm, and you've got LeBron and a lot of these folks who've had access to the Silicon Valley pipeline and were able to get in early on some unicorns and build wealth, and now be able to go back and reinvest that wealth. So there is a capital base developing in that influencer space now, and I guess the onus is on the technologically savvy amongst us to be able to, as you said, communicate it in a clear way that breaks down what are the problems that the technology can solve, what are the roots that the technology now opens up. But I do believe that process has already moved in a positive direction, but I think we need to hone that, whether we're talking about the metaverse, whether we're talking about cryptocurrency and blockchain, quantum computing, medical breakthroughs, all of them, we need to have our voice heard, because our voice speaks to the real world problems. And one of the nice things about capitalism, and it gets, it gets its derision, but the fact is, if you can solve a problem in capitalism, you can create something that's sustainable. But the key is, it has to be done in a way that it's not about a grab of resources, but it actually does benefit folks. So I think that we're probably going to wrap things up here. I think we at least got further down the road in terms of our understanding of the metaverse as the next generation of interaction between our networked world and our so-called physical world. I don't want to say real world, because all of it is a real world, but I think that we number one need to have as much of an understanding about how the new overlay on top of the real world operates, so that we can make it build and not be weaponized against us.
So I'm going to give you the final thoughts on this.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I would say to everybody out there is that is number one, is that this is a huge opportunity. Metaverse, we're living in a time period that historically, the internet, YouTube, Wikipedia, and now the metaverse. I mean, there's so much out there that we can utilize that 100 years ago we could not. And so I just want to remind everybody out there to utilize the opportunities in front of you and be willing to craft out your own path of how to get to what you define as success. Success for you might mean everyone in the world using your product. It might mean you owning control of that product completely as much as you can. But whatever that means to you, is that there's different ways to do that. And I encourage you to look at different mediums to execute your vision, where to be flexible on the details, but to be really cemented on your vision. Be cemented on your vision. And with that, if you set your mind to something, you can do it. I believe in you guys. So, see ya.
So there you have it. We got the roadmap. It's still the same thing. We still have to work together as a village. We got to encourage STEM and STEAM in our kids. We got to encourage capital formation and wealth transfer so we have the resources to carry this stuff over the finish line. And we have to continue to love ourselves and love each other. So this has been Bob Ponce with Ryan Robinson on the Black Blockchain Summit panel about entering the metaverse, and enter it boldly and bring other folks with you. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I'm the realest bar, realest ball for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Listen, X, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fight the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young sons out in Cali showing better ways. I was broke in 09, it was just a phase. Young hope, legendary, trying to set the pace. I been looking to the heavens, trying to pray for grace. Yes, it's our time, cause we legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Legendary history for my people like it's February. It's our time on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. It's our time on time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. It's our time on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two stepping on these races like a TikTok.
Thank you for having me. As you heard, my name is Yana Chiuta, and I am a Zimbabwean that is currently living in Botswana. And I am part of a team that's called Coin Madi, which is an African blockchain and cryptocurrency exchange that's currently in pre-launch here in Botswana. So we're very excited about that. Within the next few weeks, we'll be launching that. So we're very big on giving access to cryptocurrency to the local African markets, and then also very big on education as well.
Thank you, Yana. Let's have Jasmine go second.
Hey everyone, my name is Jasmine Brunson. I'm the CEO and founder of Rectify AI. We're a Web3 security and risk analytics platform making crypto more intelligent. A lot of my work I've done at NASA, Maxar was around AI ML. And one of the prime questions I ask myself is why not leverage AI ML to fix one of Web3's biggest problems, which is risk, which is, navigating wrecks and rugs in the world of Web3. So a lot of my work has been in analyzing different types of neural networks so we can detect smart contract bugs before they exploit certain and smart contracts, supporting different types of blockchains. I'm here in Austin, Texas. I'm originally from Prince George's County, Maryland. And so there's a lot of hubs, crypto hubs here in Austin, Texas. I'm tapped in with the Near blockchain, crypto wranglers, ATX DAO, a lot of communities here. And we're just here to do good work in this space so that we can mitigate risk and control the on-ramps and off-ramps in this space.
It's true. Austin has always been the mecca since the early days of the .com. Eduardo.
Yes, I'm Eduardo Jackson, CEO, founder of Cinema Draft LLC. We're a fantasy sports gaming version of the movies company. We have an in-game cryptocurrency called CD3D, which we launched last year. And not exactly sure how I made it to the cybersecurity panel, except I am a Bitcoin and crypto OG from March, April 2013. So I've seen a lot of I've seen the peaks and valleys of not only the crypto space, but also of security. And I guess my recent addition, I guess, to this panel was that one of my employees recently had her MetaMask wallet hacked and had her CD3D drained. So I don't know, I guess I can bring some recent pain points about that to the discussion today. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I think part of the reason we mix up the panels and the panelists is so that we're not just doing a presentation for those who are watching, but we can actually learn from each other. So if you don't have a lot of experience in this area, you know, you get to hear some feedback from people who do, and then you get to present your position and whether you agree or disagree. So before we get into the actual panel, I know that a lot of people that will tune in won't have any familiarity with Web3, and Web3 is so expansive and so broad. So if someone had approached you first and said, well, what exactly is Web3? Let's define that first before we get into the cybersecurity issues. So this time we'll go with Jasmine first, then followed by Eduardo, and then Yana.
For sure. Thank you for passing it off. So Web3 in itself is the third iteration of the internet. The first iteration of the internet is just read and write, right? We had HTML text. If you wanted certain types of information pertaining to getting dog food for your dog or getting cat litter for your cat, go to pets.com. Second iteration of the internet, we have more so user-generated content. So that's where we see a lot of people create things on Instagram, Facebook, ads, and kind of leverage social media and I would say networking in general to sell what they want online. The caveat with the second iteration of the internet is that it was leveraged by big data, by big companies. I'm talking about tycoons, the Facebooks, the Amazons, the Googles that mine your data to target ads at you. There's three main applications for data mining. You have targeted advertisements, you have recommendations for cross-selling, and then you have online advertisements. And all this to say is all three of these peak when it comes to money. So now we have the third iteration of the internet, which is the ownership economy, which means that you and I can actually own what we create on the internet and actually monetize directly from our consumer. We leverage the blockchain using this. So this is like what the Web3 space, you know, all encompasses.
And I see a lot of people kind of, at least a lot of corporations and media these days kind of confuse Web3 and blockchain and what have you. And honestly, a lot of the technology they're playing on Web3 is basically blockchain technology. But as our dear Deidre, our host, would say, you know, basically a blockchain without cryptocurrency is just a fancy database. So you have a lot of people just kind of taking the tools of cryptocurrency and just kind of applying it in a fairly, you know, centralized corporate manner.
All right. So my understanding of Web3 actually comes from understanding a bit of what Web2 means to me. So I remember a quote from a movie called The Social Network that stayed with me. I think I watched it more than a decade ago, but then there was a certain statement where a person said that the internet is written in ink. And for me, that's what Web2 is to me. So what Web3 is an opportunity to actually erase that ink. It's actually with an opportunity where people get to actually control their own data instead of it being controlled by corporations and so forth. And it also gives people opportunities to actually monetize their data. And if they decide they don't want to monetize it anymore, to actually erase it completely. And that will be done through blockchain technology instead of through the conventional servers that are owned by these corporations.
Awesome. So let's now define, and we're going to start this time with Yana, and then Eduardo, and then Jasmine. And you notice I'm not chiming in. Just remember the order, and we'll keep the conversation flowing. I think part of cybersecurity, or a component of the two forces that are kind of trying to weave themselves together, is this idea of personal identity and privacy as it relates to personal identity. So how do you see in Web3, how do you see this idea of personal identity? Is there a greater risk that will have less privacy or more privacy? How do you think that part of the puzzle is going to meld in with Web3?
All right. So I don't want to make it seem too kumbaya, but I think Web3 is a very big opportunity to increase personal privacy and cybersecurity at the locus of an individual, because of the way the blockchain technology is structured. We know we've got certain projects that are built around security, where you can be anonymous. That is slightly different from Bitcoin, where everything can be traced. These ones are specifically built for being anonymous. So this gives people an opportunity to participate on the internet, being anonymous. So I see it as a very big driver of people being more secure, and also having that option to be anonymous on the internet without actually being traceable. I know there's also a certain aspect of fear of lack of accountability, but I think because you can't trace people anymore the way that you can with Web 2. But I think at the end of the day, if we're talking about the greater good and also general freedom of speech, because I come from a place where I come from Zimbabwe, where freedom of speech has not historically been known to be a very big thing that the government advocates for. So sometimes as a citizen, you want to participate, but without also being victimized. So I see Web3 as one of those things that can actually drive that participation and that security and that privacy for people to participate.
And I would say, well, allow me to share my personal paranoia with you. I think that Web3 does give us, and decentralized technology does give us an opportunity to be anonymous, pseudonymous, what have you, because think about, you know, blockchain type technologies that everyone can access them, and you can pretty much kind of, you know, trace transactions and the flow of information everywhere. But it can allow you a veneer of privacy. It's still in the hands of the holder. So for example, with the hacking of my coworker's wallet, I mean, you know, MetaMask, while we think it's fairly secure, what have you, still is owned and run by, I believe, Consensus created it, which is a centralized company which is built on Ethereum technology, which is somewhat decentralized but not fully decentralized. So I mean, so my first questions to her were, you know, where do you store your keys? You know, and she said, oh, it's on my WhatsApp. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, to me that's online, and to me it's still inherently not entirely safe. Now she says yes, there is end-to-end encryption, but is it in your notes? And still it's owned by Facebook, you know. So my personal paranoia keeps everything that's blockchain or you know, sensitive, you know, offline, you know, like all my, you know, major keys like that I keep, you know, offline, private server, all sort of stuff. And, you know, I don't back up to Dropbox, don't back up to Google, none of that stuff. And so it allows you, so while we do have some of the benefits of decentralized blockchain Web3 technology at our fingertips, still it's up to you to personally secure it. And when it comes to me and my personal paranoia, you know, I do everything in triplicate, separate places, what have you, and I keep all that stuff offline as much as possible. So Web3 gives us the opportunity to enjoy all this blockchain technology, but also security is is in your own hands as well. And some people don't want to deal with all that type of personal security. And that is both the pros and the cons of decentralized blockchain technology. Trust no one.
Yeah, just for sure. Going off of what Eduardo said, I really think it is in the hands of the user. I always tell people, if you don't want certain information that's shown to the world, such as what's going on in your ETH wallet or Polygon wallet, what have you, don't send it to people. Don't share it with people. That's one of the major things that I tell people, because at the end of the day, the beauty of this space and the trade-off is both private and transparent. It's the most beautiful anomaly that we've ever seen in traditional finance for years, right? The issue is that when we had typical traditional finance without the blockchain, we can't track the hedge fund managers who were taken off the top in Wall Street. We can't put these guys to light. We can't show the world that, hey, there are some people that's at the top when it comes to these money markets who are manipulating the market, and it trickles down on us as the consumers, as the citizens, and as the homeowners. So I think right now the big question is digital identity, right? Privacy of our digital identities, because best believe, just as we did in Web 2 with these major big tycoons, data tycoons, creating digital identities of you, data devils, I feel like the wallet addresses are being leveraged too. That's why I tell people, do not connect. If you want to, you can decide to connect your PFP to your Twitter if you want to, but it's trade-offs to that, because now you have Twitter who has access to your wallet, and they see not access, of course, but they can see what's going on with your wallet transaction history, and they can match it with certain proclivities. So I'll keep it short with that.
Okay, next question order is Jasmine, Yana, and Eduardo. Let's flip it to the other side. If we talk so much about personal identity and privacy, etc., you still run the risk of large groups of networks that are ne'er-do-wells, let's call them that. And we had this situation in the current web. I think Cloudflare recently took down a right-wing American-based group's website, and there's controversy around that. And we know, so how are people who are building startups, and then they want people to have individual privacy, and then, but now they have a responsibility to make sure that certain groups don't rise. So what's the balance? What can a startup producer do to kind of have this balance between allowing its customer base, for lack of another word, or users to have this privacy, but yet still have a responsibility to government, to community, whether we call it government or community? There's a very real reality, as we know about January 6th, of allowing so many different voices that are ne'er-do-wells to rise, and there be death and harm to other people. As we as Black people know this for certain. So, what was, whether you're having a startup or you're going to a company, and then you're responsible for this Web3 product, where's the balance in that?
Yeah, I experienced this in DeFi startup world, and I experienced this, creating my own startup. I think it's a well-needed conversation that project founders and project builders need to have with their communities, saying we have a CeFi to DeFi roadmap. Let's be honest, right? A lot of these projects cannot come out with the promise of being decentralized off the gate. That's not how this works. So I think there's a level of honesty and realness that people need to start bringing to the space. More so, like, I feel like with the boom of 2021 into 2022, it's just been noise, shilling projects, saying we're a decentralized, democratized, this and that. No, be honest with your consumers. Talk about your roadmap from centralized to decentralized, because 9 times out of 10, these projects don't come out as decentralized. It takes time. That's what MakerDAO, I think MakerDAO, in my opinion, is one of the most decentralized DAOs in this space. Now, we saw a big boom in the past couple of years with DAOs. We have DAOs that don't have smart contracts. We have DAOs that don't have any type of governance proposals or models. Be honest with your consumers and you will not get burned, is my opinion when it comes to that as a startup founder.
All right. On that point, Jasmine, as a person who has who's a founder of a project where we've had to we've tried to go by the founding principles of cryptocurrency, where we try and give people as much self-custody and also autonomy as possible with our project. But at the same time, you also know that you've got certain responsibilities towards the government and so forth. So things like KYC that need to be done, even though you want people to be private, to be private in terms of how they use their money and how they also use your product at the end of the day. But then there's always that balance that you need to do, and you have to start at CeFi to get into DeFi. But to also answer the actual question about the dangers of certain bad faith actors in using some of these technologies that we're trying to bring into this space, I think some of these things in the initial stages are unavoidable. With every single technology, I think there's always been lessons that are learned and that are improved upon. Maybe in the future there'll be certain applications of maybe artificial intelligence where they can detect these, they can be built into these projects where they can detect certain things that show, for example, there's January 6 uprisings where you can see certain sentiments are leading into a certain way. It'll never be perfect because sometimes you'll block even people that aren't necessarily bad faith actors. But I think that will be a necessary compromise in trying to keep this space as clean as possible or as safe as possible for everybody to be in.
And I love what you said, Jasmine, about the roadmap from CeFi to DeFi, because that's very real. And I think that's actually where at least the US government is struggling, because, by almost by definition, a government, or at least this representative democracy, is centralized by default, and in their taxation system, everything is very decentralized, and they're struggling to not only find the language to talk about, the technology that's far outpaced regulation, but also trying to get their centralized hands on what is started as a decentralized movement. And I think that, at least me personally with our project with Cinema Draft, I mean, we are a fairly centralized American company, but we do have some DeFi aspects to us with our in-game cryptocurrency. But once again, going back to the hack of my coworker's wallet, I mean, it's part of the trade-off that we had was that in creating a open source cryptocurrency, in-game cryptocurrency for our game, we made sure that we took out a lot of the centralized controls that some people still put into these decentralized app tokens, because we didn't want the appearance of being able to rig the game. I have personally seen bad actors, bad project creators in the space rig it so that they could adjust the taxation of their tokens so that they could cash out but no one else could, stuff like that. So the sad thing I had to relay to them was that while yes, we don't know exactly how they got their hands on your tokens like that, there's personally nothing I could do as a project creator on the admin side to really punish that actor. So the trade-off between this new almost kind of wild west of decentralized technology is that yes, while we are more personally responsible and we enjoy some technological freedoms and benefits of the technology, we also can't act as a centralized actor to rein in bad actors. And I hope what you said, Yana and I, one day it might be true that we can at least fine tune the AI enough so that they can possibly, blunt the impacts of bad actors or cut them off in the past before they even get started.
So it looks to me that the future may be very hybrid. As much as we want decentralized finance, we still have this glooming problem that there's not really a clear solution on how to safeguard kids and other issues. So my question this time, maybe just a Jasmine question, but certainly Yana's going to have a perspective from Zimbabwe, and Eduardo can chime in as a owner of a startup. Where do you go for a checklist? If I'm a startup founder and I have an idea, I'm really more on the creative side and the development side. I know what tools are out there. I know about the blockchains, but I want to have that cybersecurity checklist, because I don't want to go to jail. So what are some resources out there for probably the person that's not so cybersecurity adept that they can go to and say, well, I want to make sure that my project has implemented these cybersecurity tools or other things so that it can function the way it should function. So Jasmine first.
Yeah, I'm going to shout out some of the Web3 security family. I'll start off with Continuum Market. I like what they're doing with AML and KYC. They talk mostly about that stuff, working directly with the lawmakers back home in DC. And I also would say it's the level of doing it's level as a project founder to do your own research, to be quote unquote, I think there's like HIPAA compliance and certain compliances that you have to make when you're creating DApps. Like, for example, some DApps are getting burned by the government because they're not even following the basic rules for neurodiverse people. So how we have alt text in regular, HTML, they're not even putting alt text in their DApps. That's not inclusive for the space. And that's a very pivotal thing that we have to remember when we're creating these DApps, when we're creating these applications. We got to remember that it's supposed to be for everyone. I mean, that's the purpose of decentralization. So I would say there's no real checklist per se that I go to, but being that Rectify AI is a Web3 security startup, we've listed everything from scams in general crypto to scams in smart and DeFi to decentralized storage attacks and what have you. So we have what's called an attack library or attack playbook on GitHub. You can just check us out. And then we also have a weekly radio show. We just had our show yesterday where we talked about Discord best practices for project founders and project creators, right? Admin keys are being stolen by attackers. They leverage, you showing your screen at a very pivotal time, and then all of a sudden they take your admin keys and boom, your Discord is hijacked. 50% of the crypto scams that have happened, specifically in NFTs, have stemmed from phishing attacks. And back in Web 2 world, quote unquote, back in, we had 65% of phishing attacks stem from email. So we're catching up in Web 3. We're catching up to the pillaging that has happened in the past when it comes to bad practices here in crypto world. And I just want people to understand, as a project founder, when it comes to admin keys, when it comes to storing private keys, I can't tell you how many times I've seen different types of exploits happen due to just bad practicing for storing certain, authentication tokens. It's really, really important for that. So I would say it's a level of doing your own research and also mentorship as well.
Kenna.
So on my, or rather, yeah, can you hear me? Okay, great. All right, so on our end, it was a bit of a trial by fire in terms of understanding a lot of security and cybersecurity and policy issues, because from this end there was not really any guide where you could really begin to understand some of these issues. Because for us, it first started off as an idea, and then we started slowly coming together to see how we can execute this vision that we had of providing crypto and blockchain infrastructure to the African space. But what ended up happening is that we would consult people within our government. So that was the Zimbabwean government and the Botswana government, to understand that within that particular space, what do they see as things that would constitute proper security for our clients and the citizens in that space. And then as we grew, we started finding other people who were we started getting into different hubs, technology and cryptocurrency hubs within the areas, such as here in Botswana, there's Satoshi Center. In Zimbabwe, there's places like Old Mutual 85 space, where we would find people that have been in the space longer than us, who have also gone through some of the issues that we've gone through, and through that sense of through that community would end up getting a sense of the things that need to be done for our platform to be secure when it was launched. So initially it was a trial by fire, but then we ended up finding different communities and resources within people. So, and then also with a mix of the internet as well, also just seeing best practices as well of how some of these things are done.
And Jasmine, I think, is correct when she says, you have to do your own research. But I know, especially to newcomers to crypto, it's a little frustrating because they're like, well, where do I get started? And it very much is, like Yana and I also said, a bit of trial by fire. I remember when we were building out versions of our game site, and Deidre would come to me, she's like, hey, these colors, might not be, compliant or ADA compliant. And, so I kind of learned on the job as well. I also think it depends on what genre or industry you're in, what you're trying to do. Jasmine mentioned something about HIPAA compliance. So if you're dealing with any kind of medical records or something, there are probably going to be, some government regulations there. Me personally, from entertainment gaming, there's probably a lot less regulation per se. And as trying to stay on the cusp of innovation, I'm going to try to push innovation until regulation kind of reels us back, or if it's too restrictive, might just have to move. Might just have to move anyway as a Black American in this country, but another story. Still, I think that one of the things that I mean, when it comes to what we're doing on the crypto side, pretty much any project creator that's coming out with any kind of token or open source, anything, is going to want to get audited. I've gone through, I mean, you've probably heard of like the big guys, the Certics and stuff like that. Those are really expensive. I can't afford them. I'm sure, and audits pretty much are just kind of social. And I mean, if you have good developers who are ethical, they're pretty much just kind of social validation as well as technical validation. But as far as the audit company I've recently used for one of our upcoming companion finance tokens, I found InterFi to be very reasonable in price and very quick, and they have a little bit of that social cachet on the security side that you want. And also, I just personally follow on Twitter the Peck Shield account just to see what because they're doing a public service almost by tweeting out hacks and drains and things like that. They're happening in the DeFi Web3 space that are just kind of helpful to know about what's going on in security.
I was
All
gonna
right.
say,
Well, you got. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say really quick, if you ever need a smart contract audit, come over here. We have some of the best PhD students from Howard University. And then also, as far as Twitter goes, we do the radio show every week on Tuesdays and sometimes on Saturdays. So I would love for you to sit in. We talk about the weekly hacks, exploits, and scams. Peck Show doesn't do that. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, and we'll keep it black too. We'll keep it black. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with that. I will follow you guys right now.
History for my people like it's February. It's on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's on time, feeling legendary. Making history for my
My name is Janae Roscoe. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief of Government Relations and Public Policy for Operation Hope. Our founder, Chairman and CEO is John Hope Bryant. He founded this company 30 years ago. We're a financial service NGO, America's leading financial inclusion nonprofit. And we are in the business of creating 1 million Black businesses through our 1MBB initiative over the next 10 years, helping rebuild our Black businesses that were lost during COVID. And one of the things that is key and critical that has come up is the cryptocurrency space, the Bitcoin, the NFT. Some of our clients are utilizing it, and we applaud any kind of access to capital opportunities that our small businesses are a part of. We're also in the business of working to educate the consumer from the federal regulatory reform stage of what's happening, and then also encouraging consumers who are involved in this space to stay actively aware on how to protect their assets. Looking forward to the dialogue.
All right, thanks, Gina. Maybe Trey can go next.
All right, you can hear me? All right, good. My name is Troy Pelshak. I'm Senior Project Manager at Activism, LLC, and we are a specialized project management firm that handles the projects between West Africa and North America, or just say engagement with West Africa to helping clients execute projects that are either on the continent, primarily Nigeria to be exact, if we want to say from a macro to a micro level, and we also within the region external going outside also. So we've ranged in a number of projects ranging with going up in a lot of verticals, up and down. So my purpose for being here, I think I've been a big supporter of the Black blockchain and its impact it's been having. This is my fourth year, if I'm not mistaken. So it's seen the progress, it's seen the growth, and the space is just virgin territory.
All right, thanks, Troy. Julio Franco next.
Yeah, hi, my name is Frank Betts. I have over 25 years of business and technology leadership experience in corporate, university, and government sectors. Been involved with IT basically since the beginning of microcomputer, marketing, engineering, executive management positions with global corporations like 3M and HP, and also entrepreneurial ventures and startups like esports.com in the early days of Web 2. I'm here because I have deep research interests in decentralized Web3 technology, unique physical and digital identification solutions. We utilize utility NFTs a lot, and I have an interest in them involved in protocol DAOs. Right? So I'm currently working on ventures based on my doctoral studies. I studied the impact of blockchain traceability on trust and product authenticity. And these solutions include combining this unique digital identity with blockchain utility NFTs for proof of ownership and authenticity. I'm a co-founder and COO of AuthenticBay.com and the global head of technology for ZK Ladder. It's funny because when I was asked to participate in a panel at a Black Blockchain Summit, my first thought was, why Black blockchain when technology is supposed to be colorless? But when you start to think about it, the opportunities for minorities and women in crypto, you realize quickly that the barriers to entry for Web3 are still affected by the same educational disparities, lack of access to funding, especially from the standpoint of friends and family, bootstrapping, and obtaining loans, all the way up to the dismal record of the VC-backed Black ventures. So yeah, I'm here to add whatever I can add to this panel, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right, great. Thank you, Frank. And then finally, can you have Wright introduce themselves?
Sure. My name is, I'm Professor Del Wright. I am a full-time law professor at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and have been a law professor for about 12 or 13 years now. My focus primarily when I joined the academy was tax and entrepreneurship. But then when crypto happened, I got into crypto and that is now my full-time academic focus. I actually wrote a book, this book, Short and Happy Guide to Bitcoin, Blockchain, and Crypto, that, you can find it on Amazon. And by the way, I'm not trying to pitch the book because, I get $3. It doesn't really help. But the other thing I do, and I do this, I would say, in addition to my job, is I have a practice, and we have a crypto law practice where the business issues of crypto, particularly the business and tax issues of crypto, we represent a number of clients, and we probably have 30 clients now who have crypto ventures, and they still have the same business, entrepreneurship, and tax issues that other businesses have. And particularly on tax, which is my specialty, and I used to work in tax division at DOJ. So, I have a lot of background in helping businesses get structured properly and not just paying way too much money in taxes. And so that's the area of my specialty, is really just entrepreneurship, structuring, and tax efficiency. And so that's kind of how I got into the space, because most of the work I do with my clients and their platforms are, okay, you have a great idea. How do you turn that into an efficient business? How do you deal with payroll if you're paying in crypto? How do you deal with your capital gains issues? And how do you, and setting up, one of the things about a lot of crypto companies, everybody wants to raise money, but raising money raises some very serious securities issues, and how to raise money without violating the securities laws, and whether that means using a Cayman Island company and a BVI sub, and why you need a Cayman Island company and a BVI sub. All those things are kind of within our areas of expertise. And so I guess that's my addition to the panel is, these are real life businesses in the US, and they need an operating structure. And all too often I've found businesses who have a great idea, who don't get their back end legal done well, end up failing simply because they didn't do it right in the first place. And so, that's kind of my area.
All right, great. Thanks for the intros, everyone. Yeah, so the topic we have for today's session is Black communities in the crypto space, and basically how far we will go using Web3. And I think we have a pretty interesting panel today covering experience in entrepreneurship, project management, technology. And with that in mind, I think the first question I'd like to pose to you all is maybe just looking back to Web 2.0, like where we've come over the past years, decades, in terms of how Black people have been engaged in that space, where we missed out on, where we were able to capitalize, and how we can basically learn from our experiences with Web 2.0, moving to Web 3.0. Like, what are some of the things you think we can learn from there and have that in mind as we're moving to 3.0? Right, so maybe Gina, we can start with you again.
Hey, I'm going to hit this from a numbers perspective and how our community is really tapping into this industry. I had 2 poll questions on the Hoover. It hasn't shown up, so I'm just going to put it in the virtual around my presentation. And I've added some articles on Hoover that speak to this. The first thing I wanted to address, as we're talking about point 2 to point 3, is we reached the 100 million patent in the United States 30 years ago. We reached the 1100th patent in 3 years since then. It took 3 years to increase the amount that it took decades to get to that number. And a lot of that has to do with this space. It has to do with the fintech space. It has to do with what's happening in this environment and how people are taking advantage of the metaverse and the webverse. And they're patenting, they're trademarking, they're copyrighting and protecting it. And a lot of people in the last 5 years that have been part of the Black Blockchain Summit are part of those numbers. And that's a great thing. The second part of the poll question that I put an article about was Oprah Winfrey's and Ava DuVernay's Queen Sugar Show. Now, I'm sure some of these fellas on here and definitely people in the audience are watching the season finale of Queen Sugar. But in the show, there is an active role about artists and how they're using NFTs and how the entrepreneurs are tapping into that universe in space. I don't know how that plot's going to play out, but Ava DuVernay has been active and acknowledged this space, and she has been talking about it. And quite frankly, a lot of Black entertainers, athletes are in this space. They have the assets to do it, by the way, so it makes it a little easier for them. But if you track where we've come from the beginning of this Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, NFT, stable coin space, just in the 5 years that the Blockchain Summit has occurred, there's a lot of positive entrepreneurship activity there. And that's good for our community that's always looking for new access to capital opportunities. And we just want to make sure, from a consumer and as well as an entrepreneur standpoint, that people are well versed on all the activity and changes that are happening. I'm going to turn it over to the other gentleman to talk about the technical piece, but I wanted to have this conversation here in this space because we see a lot of our role models out there that are in this space, and it's important for us to educate people and the regular everyday grassroots consumer base about it. Be cautious, but also just be engaging.
Yeah, all right. Troy, you want to go next?
Yes. Where have we gone in the last few years, and what opportunities have I seen as far as for the Black, brown, minority communities? Like rightfully said by Gina, there's been a lot of strides made. I mean, immense. And I don't think there's not one sector that is not touched or hasn't been impacted or hasn't been, I guess, explored. We're talking from medical services to non-public information, to data transmission, to warehousing, to the traditional platforms that are already there that are just trying to put a layer on top to kind of say, how do we transition this? Now, the one thing I would say in all those strides and all those changes and all those innovative ideas that are coming out is the opportunity of the play. Where are we going? What is the opportunities for Black and brown communities? If we take a step back and we look at history, Web 1.0 to Web 2.0 to what we're migrating to or transitioning to the Web 3.0, content. All those web require content to expand, grow, build, and become ubiquitous in our everyday environment. I mean, now you're looking layers that are leaving the Internet of Things. So our devices now are as smart as our Web 1.0, Web 2.0. Where's the content behind all those things? The interfaces, I say the raw data that goes into making the picture picturesque. That's where the Black and brown community have. Own your data, own the content that's going to go into it. That's what blockchain provides you. And the NFTs, the different space, the artists is what's alarming as far as some of the strides that artists are making as far as, saying, how you used to have a watermark on your product, but there's ways you can kind of, over time, you get to circumvent that. What the NFTs now do for you in that space, along with a lot of other spaces. Now, what happens when you start layering NFT with other new technology, with other things? You start mixing it. It becomes a mix. Where does your content or your ownership of your own intellectual property gets lost or watered out? That's where I think a lot of Black communities can have a lot of buy-in and tie-in, irrespective of where they fall in this new wave technology. Because let's be honest, with the new age technology, there's the fear of this is so new, so big, so out of touch as far as what I can easily grasp that I'm just going to be too scared about it. So I think one of the biggest things is onboarding. You mentioned something about athletes being, I'm a former athlete myself, so professional athlete. So I've got hit in an unbelievable amount of projects and different stuff from selling your likeness and all these different things, monetizing your, former playing days and those things. And I'm wondering if every one of those things that I've kind of just explored for my own educational purposes or just looking at seeing what's out there, I always looked at is the common athlete is not going to look at anything that's going to be hard to onboard. How do you onboard? There's never been an easy transition. And the same thing in blockchain 5 years ago. Onboarding was the biggest challenge in getting adoption. Once you circumvent that, it's the same thing that happens with NFTs, with DAO projects and anything else. How do you onboard? How easy is it, or how difficult it is to onboard? And I think those are the two main things: is owning your content and onboarding. I will yield some time back because I want to hear some of the other panelists speak.
Well, I don't know. Are we in a group? We're going to have a group discussion as well. Or are we just going to present individually? But I agree with everything you just said. I mean, I think that Web3 is creating a new business models and new opportunities for creators, right? And it doesn't matter if they're Black or whatever color they are, but it gives us an ability to especially at the core of Web3, it's about communities, right? So if you can link to a community, then you can have access to this Web3 space, right? And one of the big things in the community that right now are these DAOs, right? Decentralized autonomous organizations, right? And that what they do is they're a manifestation of these communities. So, it's a new way to finance projects, these DAOs. So, once you're involved in these DAOs, then and then there's also governance involved in that, right? Where people can share value. And instead of being a top-down, like hierarchical structure, like the DAOs allow the Web3 technology to evolve, right? With incentives based on what the group thinks is important. And it's easy to understand why in the future as a creator is going to want to have DAOs, because a DAO is an excellent way for an artist to understand and communicate to their communities, right? And the artists can truly understand what the communities want in return. So, what I see, like some opportunities I see is for both artists and users, it's clearly monetary incentive and upside by joining a DAO, right? Because the small artists can finally make enough money to live comfortably, like high rates given to them from, listen to earn, like something like a listen to earn platform. So, artists can create communities around their music and interact with fans. And then, they can use these DAOs, in the DAO structure, they can, interact with their fans. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, but I agree about the onboarding part, right? I mean, how do we, get access to some of this technology and understanding of what's available? But I think it's becoming easier and easier. I watch now some of these social media influencers, and they are building their communities now. And these communities will translate into the future and cross over easily into this, Web3 structure where they can start, earning their own money and having control and ownership over what they sell and what they do, more than these corporations at this point.
And I'd just like to add, and I think everybody's on exactly the right track. But a lot of that, basically, what we're talking about is Web3 allows disintermediation, meaning and the people who want the information. And really Web 2 was about intermediation, and that's how Facebook made so much money. They were the intermediary standing between you and your friends. Now we have Web 3, which allows disintermediation. And two big examples of that, and I can tell one is a little proprietary, but I can talk about it. But there's a company called Ticket Fairy that says, we're going to sell tickets to an event. However, we're going to put this NFT with this ticket. And if you can get 7 or 10 people to come to the show, your ticket is free. And if you get these people to come, then you get this special access to certain things at the show. And so they're integrating Web3 into a Web 2 space of simply buying tickets to an event. And think about the artists who are like, all right, I need people to get the word out. Well, before they would have to go out and hire a street team or hire someone else to do that. Now they can use NFTs as a way to incentivize people to do the work that they want directly to their audience, instead of having to go through some third party to do that. And the other thing is, if you just think about the YouTube, the YouTube Patreon model of how many influencers on YouTube say, hey, if you want the real access, go to my Patreon page. Well, that's a great opportunity for Web3, because you don't need the Patreon page. You can have the NFT that allows you access to the special information, and then Patreon is not standing in between the artist or the influencer and their audience taking a fee. And that's the beauty of Web3, is that allows that kind of disintermediation. And the DAO model is also a big part of that. And I've worked with probably a dozen companies setting up Wyoming DAO LLCs, because Wyoming is more or less leading the nation in making that a bit more efficient than other states. And how to use the DAO LLC, how to raise money in a DAO LLC that doesn't raise security laws concern. And those are really big parts of what's happening. And I think that's where you're going to see a lot of the growth, is once people really get it. And quite frankly, once Ethereum gets a little cheaper and a little bit easier to use, then you're going to see a huge advancement.
Dale, I got a question real quick though. How would you see about the onboarding if a layman that you're talking in, big city backstreet USA wants to actually take on that, without having to, how easy is the onboarding from the traditional knowledge, set up a Patreon page, set up your YouTube page, record content, upload, they've made it easy to onboard from that standpoint. How do you see that same transition where you're gaining more of your power back, but then you're losing the easy infrastructure that they've set up for you to be able to give them content that they can post up?
But you're absolutely right. That's the trade-off now. But this is where the opportunity lies, because if you think about, I don't know how many of you have been probably all of you have been involved in crypto for a while. You remember how hard it was to do certain things 3 or 4 years ago. Even something as simple as having a multi-sig wallet, because you didn't want that much risk sitting around on something that you can put in your pocket. And now it's so much easier to do those things. And people are building UIs to make it easier. And, we're just not there yet. And, I'm a big fan of Ethereum 2.0, because hopefully if they get this right, and I don't know if they're going to get it right or not, because I am not a tech person, but if they get this right and make it easier for everybody to be able to use Ethereum, I think we get the killer app. And what we need is the killer app, something that everybody can use. And, one last thing I'll add, the US government could be a big helper in this game in the event they introduce a central bank digital currency. Because I think if they do that and everybody's like, oh, the central bank digital currency is a lot like crypto, they will become a lot more familiar with control of their assets in the digital medium, which will make it a lot easier for things like that transition you're talking about for the artists. And I've dealt with artists, and the last thing they want to do is be talked to about how to use a UI to build. They're like, look, I do my art, that's what I do. Right. Yeah. But that's where the opportunity lies.
I think the US government would have a difficult stance in jumping that hurdle, because it's like picking a winner. Which platform is it going to be written on? They're going
to do their own. It's going to be the US government. They're not going to use USDC, and they're certainly not going to use Tether. They're going to introduce their own digital currency, which means that the government will now be able to track everything you spend, which will.
And that's a good thing. President Biden issued an executive order this spring. All of the financial federal regulatory agencies, from CFPB, Federal Reserve, the OCC, Treasury, and FDIC, they're all engaged in this. And that's great for the consumer.
It is.
I think we only got minutes left.
Yeah. Do you think they'll cannibalize their own?
The time was going to fly, didn't we? We knew this time was going to fly.
Right. So like, I think maybe just taking an additional maybe 1 minute per speaker. Like, I'd like you to touch on. I think when we began the session, Frank mentioned something about color not being an impact on the web, but unfortunately we've seen that it's actually adds to in terms of how minorities can join. And I think Gina, you starting out, you kind of mentioned how maybe technology might have changed that. So maybe can we touch a bit on that? How basically communities are able to collaborate differently in Web 3.0 in relation to minorities also being able to come online without as much resistance as we've seen on Web 2.0. Maybe just 1 minute per speaker.
My final comments, because I think we got only 3 minutes left, so 1 minute per person here, or 4 minutes. I'll start off by saying again, Operation Hope's 1 Million Black Business Initiative came on the back of 40% of Black businesses during COVID not surviving and needed to have reboots. And a lot of it had to do with them being brick and mortar companies and maybe just 1 or 2 people working for the company. And they did not have an active or vibrant space out there in the metaverse. They just didn't, and the Web 2.0. So over time, that problem and challenge turned into an opportunity where you now have institutions that may not were able to get funding to help revitalize their businesses. Now, we partner with Shopify and provide free resources through Operation Hope to help those businesses rebuild. But a lot of them start rethinking about access to capital. And a lot of them became a lot more educated and became consumers in this new space. And I think that's a good thing. So with the government trying its best to keep up with where the American spirit is in this space, we are part of the solution in helping people become educated about it and taking advantage about it for their individual businesses. And then, as someone said earlier, I think Frank, the communities that they serve and represent. Thank you for letting us be a part of this.
I think the space is just being scratched on. I mean, we're nowhere near where we could be, but we're going a lot further than where we've come from. And I think there's a lot of positive. I always say the one thing is own your data, own your own content as much as you can. Just keep that in mind. It's almost like so much stuff is innovative. So many things are happening at such a fast pace that the little small tool you drop and leave and you think is insignificant becomes that most valuable asset down the road, but you didn't put the right controls, measures, and signature per se on it to own your own data. So that's what I think is don't lose out in the transition on the things that you think are insignificant or you're not aware of. But I think there's a whole lot of opportunity in a lot of different spaces, and no matter what vertical, what profession, what industry, there is a segue into Web 3.0, metaverse, tokenization, the whole gambit. There is a way. Don't think it doesn't tap or doesn't affect or doesn't have something across your world. And then take it from there, take it from local to global. We're living in a global economy. We're living in a global world. What used to be far away across the ocean is now literally 2 seconds away, 2 minutes away at the click of a thumb. So keep that in mind and keep that in perspective. And I think those key main things will be the ones to help you transition and make that leap and not be left behind.
Yeah. All right, Frank.
Well, the way I see it is there's just a lot of opportunity right now. There are some barriers. We talked about some of the barriers initially and onboarding and these things like this, but if you want to get involved in Web3, first of all, we talk about Web3 like it is something that we can really put our arms around, but really it's about decentralization, right? I mean, I think if you have decentralization incorporated with your app or your web connection, then it's considered Web3. But just get involved, right? I mean, that's what I tell people. If you want to, join a DAO, and the reason I say DAOs is because DAO is the heart of Web3, right? It is, like I said, it's about communities, and for Black folks, it's just get involved, and you can start to understand, because in the DAO you'll have people from all walks and all different experience levels that are in for a common purpose, right? In that community. And this is what the Web3 is bringing to us. And I see a lot of opportunity for, people of color and minorities in general for, to develop, opportunities in the Web3 space because of this ability to bring them to come together and to use their power for, they can monetize their power, and then they can also have access to resources, right? So, like I said, just get involved with the DAO and try to understand what's going on in the Web3 space as it develops. Because as it develops, then there'll be more opportunities. And we talk about, like, when we look at the metaverse, in the metaverse, and I wasn't implying that color doesn't matter. I was saying just the opposite, actually, but in general, especially when it comes to onboarding. But when you look at like what happens in the metaverse, you can be behind a an avatar. You'll have self-sovereign identity. You don't have to identify yourself necessarily from a racial or any perspective that you want to project to the world. So yeah, just get involved is what I say.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I echo everything said thus far, but keep in mind, this is me being the lawyer here. Make sure you own your IP. Make sure that people cannot steal your work product. There have been millions of companies that have made money off the backs of Black creativity and wealth. And if just look at the N1 on Netscape, and Netflix, and figure out like, wow, they made all that money off these guys who are doing all the work. And figure out, and I know people are like, I hate to talk to the lawyer because the lawyer is going to tell me they're going to cost. I'm like, no, they're trying to protect you, right? Find a good lawyer, get them to watch your back. And if you are working with more than one person who is not physically attached to you at the hip, have an agreement in place. It doesn't even have to be a complicated agreement, but you need an agreement in place, because more businesses fail because the founders have a disagreement than any other cause. Right? So just have an agreement in place. It can be like, you make this decision, I make this is our deal, whatever, but have an agreement in place. This is me being the lawyer saying, look, I know you don't want to do this, but you have to do this to be successful. So please, please, please do that.
It's our time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. Making hip hop, make their lips drop. Two-stepping on these races like a TikTok. I've been trying to make them jump like I'm crisscross. Fruity Loops making beats, colored applesauce. Rick Ross, trying to floss, I'm the realest boss. Do it for my family, yeah, I'm paying any cost. Never lost, only count them as a lesson, man. Prevent X, I'm the teacher, that's the lesson plan. And I'm back with that real shit. Fight the system, keep it real, keep it trill shit. On the grind, I'm just trying to pay the bills, bitch. We all struggle, gotta hustle for them better days. Young cuz out in Cali showing better ways. I was broke in 09, it was just a phase. Young hope, legendary, trying to set the pace. I've been looking to the heavens, trying to pray for grace. Yes, it's our time, cause we legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Making history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Legendary history for my people like it's February. It's our time, feeling legendary. Legendary history.
Welcome everyone to an amazing session that we got someone who's been with us since day one, really helped us and supported the Black Blockchain Summit since 2018, has definitely been someone who's been a trailblazer in our space that we're thankful. He's actually helped me out in some tough binds when I needed some real material in my first speaking engagement in Zimbabwe. I definitely appreciate him allowing me to lift some of his 2020, I think it was Money 2020, 2014 presentation, and I used it in Zimbabwe. So I just want to say thank you, Cameron Winklevoss. Thank you for joining us here today.
Thanks for having me. It's great to see you.
Humbly. Well, I just want to kind of catch up. You know, we've done this before, and this year you've been able to come back and, you know, been going through the COVID. There's been a lot of things going on, and we've seen some cycles. We've seen many cycles. I mean, we've seen altcoins, ICOs, and we got a lot of things going on. We have things going on with ETH, and, you know, I think it's NFTs, so much going on. You know, catch us up. What's been going on? What's the latest and greatest with Gemini? We appreciate you know, building a product that actually allows us to, as a community, to know we have pillars that stand for, you know, again, good uses, regulatory compliance, and all the things that we need as an example of what our standards are in our community. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think, so one of the products that we've recently launched that we're really excited about is the Gemini credit card. And so by swiping, you can actually earn crypto back up to 2 to 3% back. So you can earn Bitcoin every time you swipe the card. And it's really a great way to stack sats. I think one of the biggest questions people have is like, how do I time when I get into crypto? And this sort of takes the timing out of the thought process, because you're always sort of accumulating crypto as you go about your daily uses of credit cards and whatnot. And so we think it's sort of an easy access point into the space and takes away some of those questions around like, how do I time? How do I get in? We all know it's kind of impossible to time unless you're a professional, and even then, you know, you need a crystal ball. So we think it's going to be a great way to onboard the next wave of people into the space. So we're really, really excited about that. So instead of earning flimsy airline miles or points or whatever, you can actually earn Bitcoin or any of the cryptos that we support. So we're really excited about that. And obviously we're in a bit of a winter right now, but that's actually kind of the best time to stack and start investing, because there's all that potential upside. I think people, they get disheartened a little bit, and that naturally happens, of course, if you rode the last wave up or you bought towards the last peak. But I think it's actually the best opportunity, and people in the community who have seen this before. I mean, you've lived through how many cycles? Like you've seen this movie, you know how it's going to play out. So now is actually the most critical time of getting people in and really just making sure it's easy for them.
Yeah, I think you make a sound point about that next, billion. I mean, we got so many people who want to expose this, how to get them into it. And, I remember, local Bitcoin, you can literally go and just meet somebody and actually get access to it. We've seen the ATMs, but I think, again, with all those friction points, being able to use a credit card, something that people are already familiar with, and then being able to allow them to acquire stacked sats. Like we really, I think, again, I'm not imposing my maximalist views, and I'm open to everything. I'm just saying, just going through all this and seeing all the shenanigans, I'm just kind of like zeroed in. But what you're saying, that stacking Satoshis, a Satoshi will always be a Satoshi. I don't care, it's always a Satoshi. Yeah. So giving them a credit card to get access to that, and not going through, cold wallets and all those things that we're looking at in the past. What do you see then, as we're looking at this opportunity, as some of the things that, beyond just, getting people to be aware and understand the use cases, once they get their sats, what are some of the things that you see or envision going forward in that regard?
Yeah, so I mean, I think you don't have to be a maxi per se to believe that Bitcoin's the right starting point for most people, because the thesis is so sort of obvious and it's been hiding in plain sight since inception, right? Like gold 2.0, it's hard money, fixed supply, it's truly fixed. It's the only commodity in the universe that's actually, or I'd say the observable universe, that's actually fixed, it doesn't, the supply does not expand with demand. And people look at gold and they say, oh, it's precious and it's scarce, but it's not actually fixed. And as that price goes up, the demand, expands the supply because it becomes more profitable to mine for gold in more other places. Same for oil. As the price of oil goes up, you just develop innovation and better drilling technology to the point of where you get fracking in the US. It was thought to be that, there was peak oil production in the US and then fracking came along. And then the US is a net exporter, or could be, but, we made some decisions to say, we're going to limit the drilling in our backyard and buy oil from other people instead. But if we could totally be a net exporter in oil, and that's just a function of demand increasing and price. The Bitcoin supply will not change. And that, I think once people wrap their head around that, the light bulb goes on and they say, oh, I get it. This is gold, but it's better because it's more divisible, more portable. It can go anywhere in the world and I can store it, on a a Trezor, a hardware wallet, or, with a feed phrase. So I think that's like, it's the easiest to sort of understand and analogize in terms of getting into crypto. So I usually encourage people to start there. And whether that's getting, signing up to an exchange like Gemini and buying as little as $5 worth, which you can. I think most people also, they think you have to buy an entire, it's like, oh, but I can't afford, $22,000 Bitcoin. It's like, that's okay. You can buy $5, $10 and just start like educating yourself and learning. And then I think the next logical step, of course, is Ethereum, right? This decentralized, massive global computer. And so I think those are the, Bitcoin's the OG. It taught us, it gave us this blueprint of like, how do you decentralize the world? It's money that works, it's purpose-built for the internet, moves like email. At the end of the day, money is just information, right? An entry on a ledger. So why doesn't it work like all the other information that we interact with? And it should, and it can, and Bitcoin sort of proved that. So if you stream, music, we stream movies, now we stream money in that sort of sense. And I think what the funny thing about Bitcoin is like, it actually doesn't have to really do anything beyond just storing value and being fixed in supply. And so when we look at like places around the world where like they don't have like sound money, and you actually don't have to look too far, you can look in your backyard, the US government, right? It's historically been pretty well managed, like on a relative basis. However, we're seeing near 10% inflation because of the printing and all of this stuff that happened over the past decade that started in the financial crisis in 2008, which was the backdrop of when Bitcoin was created and has continued. And the real shame of it is if you don't have your value in assets that can reprice, then you are losing 10% a year, and you may not be able to keep up with the cost of goods, which is not good. And I think, we all like, we're seeing this money supply. I think it quadrupled in the past decade. It might be off a little bit on the magnitude, somewhere in that. You just look at the Fed graphs, and it's kind of insane. And I think so. We were right about inflation. We were right about that loose money is going to create these problems. Bitcoin hasn't reacted in the way we thought necessarily at this point in time, but I think it's important to remind ourselves that it's an emergent store of value, and it's going to move around and be more volatile because it just hasn't matured yet. We don't have, hundreds of millions of people into it. It's new, it's growing, it's fledgling. And when the sort of, there's all these things going on around us, people pull back. And if they perceive Bitcoin as being new and sort of a risk on asset, they'll pull back. But I think the long-term thesis is still true, because we've seen, gold's been around for thousands of years, and it's got that head start. But Bitcoin, our belief is it's better than gold. It's gold, but does things better than gold itself. And so I think it's just a matter of time. Like the long-term thesis is the same. It will continue to play out. So it's really, I think first and foremost, it's a store of value. There are programmable natures of Bitcoin, and we'll sort of see where that goes. But obviously, like Ethereum has more of that built in. And the purpose of Ethereum is more around smart contracts and programmability. So I'm not sure that Bitcoin actually has to do a whole lot more than getting more people in at this point.
How about the layers? Are you into, again, we did a transaction from Nigeria to Zimbabwe, a remittance transaction. This is back in 2018, where we use a Lightning node. We have Raspberry Pi in Zim and one in Nigeria. And actually we paid out through a bank in Zimbabwe. And I think again, Satoshi did, as much that could be expected. And now it's for us to build on top of that foundation. I think you spoke to it, like, again, that level 1, super secure, we consistent, and then we can kind of like get a little cuckoo bird. We can go in and experiment on top of that. Are those things that are part of what Gemini or what the work you've been a part of, points in that direction, or do you look at it in a different way?
I think it's super critical to get as many people around the planet access to Bitcoin and a store of value, right? It's like the ultimate check and balance to bad behavior, bad monetary policy. And so I think that gold has sort of, it predates all of this, right? And I think having that ability, that fixed supply, that hard money option, if things get bad or you're not liking what you're seeing, and there's been rampant mismanagement or just mismanagement at 10% a year, right? But obviously there's been governments where the mismanagement is significantly worse. I think it's critical for empowering individuals to like protect their wealth, to get as many people into Bitcoin as possible. Like I often say, it's not just like a technology, it's a movement, it's a way of thinking. It's about being like a sovereign, independent individual, banking yourself. Those are super critical so that you're not tied to one system, because unfortunately, like systems get abused, right? And there's an access problem, and there's always like a central person in control, and they can just say, hey, I don't want you in the system or whatever. And so I think it's super important to always have that exit strategy or that alternative like a Bitcoin. But I think Bitcoin, so getting people into crypto is a huge part of our mission. But we also have like an opportunity fund where we support core developers, because it's super important to also make sure that Bitcoin continues to improve and stay secure. All this is sort of for naught if like Bitcoin doesn't work and Ethereum isn't, if these don't play out. So we think it's important to give back and support the core developers. And there's not a ton of them. It's a small community, and they're sort of all over the world and super passionate. But it's hard to make a living working just on a protocol unless there's support and grants and whatnot. So we definitely try and play our part in that. And I think that's been around for the past 2 years or so. And we've given at least, I think, $2 million in grants away to support the underlying protocol, because we're all nothing and we wouldn't be here without Bitcoin. So that's sort of job zero, is making sure that Bitcoin thrives and is secure.
There's a couple. I wanted you kind of brought up some things, and just to help clear it up, you did bring up oil and you brought up energy, and I'm not gonna call them haters. Those are my words. So I'm not trying to put it on you, but there's folks who'll come up with this crazy thing about how we're using up all the energy in the world, and they're literally writing these terrible things on paper that cut trees down, that literally uses ink. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're going to tell me sending a letter and using the snail mail is somehow better than using email? I mean, how can you tell me minting nickels and dimes is better for the environment than me using Bitcoin. Have you? What's your I just wanted to give you a little piece on the energy count, because it comes up and I'm like, contextually, this doesn't seem like we're draining all the energy. We're getting the most efficient energy, but I just
no, you said it well. Contextually, the conversations lack context. I mean, people look at the Bitcoin network and the energy usage, and because it's so open and transparent, you can actually see what the network uses, which is a blessing, but also people take that and then they put it up against like the energy consumption of a country, and they're like, can you believe this network uses the amount of energy of this smaller country over here, without actually doing an accounting of the energy of the financial system, the existing financial system, or the postal system. As you said, you're writing a letter on paper that came from a tree. It's going and being delivered on a vehicle. There's all these handoffs, right? Part of this process. And nobody sort of steps back and says, well, what's the global energy consumption of YouTube or Twitter or the internet or the iPhone? And so we readily make these sort of trade-offs and like accept that the iPhone is positive for progress. Yes, it does have a footprint. The lithium batteries, or the batteries, have a cost. There's a mining. Those come from the earth. And we're making all these trade-offs, but somehow Bitcoin is sort of held to this unfair standard and put up against something out of context without truly understanding like the positives of it. And you're saying, oh, this is not good. It uses too much energy. I mean, what is the value of trustless transactions occurring around, permissionless and trustless transactions happening around, the world? Incredible value there. The ability to store value and all of that stuff is sort of completely discounted, pulled off the table. And it's like, in isolation, let's look at the energy consumption as they're writing and sort of on Twitter, using the internet and not questioning any usage of any other technology. But you see this a lot with new technology. Like, it's always held to an unfair standard, and so like one Tesla will catch fire on the freeway, and it's like front page Wall Street Journal. Meanwhile, 100 GM vehicles like caught fire and had things happen or recalls that same day. But because it's been around for many decades, or Ford's been around since the 20s, it's just not newsworthy. But these make good headlines, and when people are sort of searching for something to take issue with, Bitcoin tends to come front and center, and it's all taken sort of out of context.
And I try to tell folks, because you're of course we agree. I'm just the choir right now. We're about to do some hymnals, but it literally, I say, be skeptical of everything, including that dollar, that piece of paper, or that plastic with that like strip on the back from the cassette deck era. Like, be skeptical of everything. If you're gonna be skeptical of Bitcoin, let's go ahead and just question everybody, but don't just question one thing and take the other one as gospel. That don't, like, let's have the conversation humbly. I just had to add a little something on top. Now the other thing, and I'm sure the folks that are gonna watch, they know, you guys took one heck of a lead in this EFT, that space, dealing with regulations. I remember New York had the bit license, like all these hoops and loops of getting, it's a fragmented system. We were doing remittances in Zimbabwe, one country, one rule. United States is really more than 50. I knew some politicians who couldn't tell us how many states we have, but there's definitely many jurisdictions in addition to the 50, in order to kind of navigate all those issues that relate to being able to send and FinCEN and all these other regulatory bodies. I think again, and we don't say thank you enough for what you guys have done in that particular area. So thank you. We're saying thank you here.
You're welcome.
No,
Appreciate
humbly.
it.
And you got the bloody button about. I remember having that poem, the arena and the gladiator, you know, and everybody
Yeah.
got something to say, but the arena is the arena. Now that with all the, we're starting to see some gradual changes, and I think we all get. Just tell us what the rules are. We do want to know the rules, but I think there was a time when many folks in the community would say, "Hey, you guys were too conservative. You guys were taking this button-up approach, making sure." And some of those folks aren't even around. Some of them were probably doing some pyramid, a whole bunch of stuff. You guys have been able to make it from being in, classified in that way to literally being an example in many regards. I mean, it's a spectrum, fine. What do you think about, are the banks ultimately going to take this over? I think there was a time like 2016. I thought we were going to replace, like literally, what we were doing with BitMari, we were trying to replace Western Union. But what I'm seeing now with the regulatory, I'm in DC, literally in the regulatory bodies, even some of the legislation, if you were trying to just be in compliance, the amount of capital that you would have to have just to meet the regs seemed like it advantages the establishment. And some of the folks that are out here, we're just tinkering on the edges trying to, make this work. Of course we could talk about sandboxes and things like that. How do you see, will we be able to keep the entrepreneurial spirit, the self-sovereignty, the things that so brought us to this space, again, in a way that should be regulated, fine. Do you see, where do you see this going? Are they going to eat our lunch? Like, what was that thing that first they ignore you, then they think you're, I think
then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win.
They say then you win, but I think they're gonna buy us all up. Now, talk to me. I'm not trying to do the fear thing, but or uncertainty thing. But how do you see this, progressing? Because you've seen it from that space, like where you guys have followed these dots and lived the dots and pushed the dots.
Yeah, so I think that the most vibrant markets tend to have thoughtful regulation. There's some, there's thoughtful rules in place, consumer protection. And I think that there's always like this strong partnership between the private sector and regulators. And I think crypto, will be very similar in the sense that thoughtful regulation is helpful. I think it's good for everyone because it sort of tells you where the rules are in the guideposts. It's hard to build in a gray area without certainty. It's hard to get at banking relationships because banks don't want to bank companies that they're not sure of. I think the cannabis industry, is facing all of these problems, right? It's super hard to get a banking relationship, and yet in some of the states it's legalized, but on the federal level it's still like a tier 1 substance. And so it creates this really distortion where you can't, it's like legalized, everybody's innovating and using, and there's tons of the demand and customers, and you can't get a bank and you're just operating in cash. It's like going back 100 years. So hopefully those things get worked out. But I think ultimately, the challenge with this is that we're dealing with value. So you don't necessarily want startups coming out of like dorm rooms and garages. At the same time, you don't want the barrier to be so high that only people with enough capital to have to fill the regulatory capital requirements and get the licensing and do that work can compete and enter the space. I think that's one of the cool things about DeFi is it's sort of reducing a lot of these barriers, and you're seeing these projects spring up. And it's a couple of, I think some like Aave, that project is kids that just graduated college in Norway, and they're building this massive, cool protocol. So I think that, you mentioned sandboxes and creating like innovation friendly zones and ways to get more people involved, and like lightweight tiering it, not like one size fits all regulation. Gemini, our first license, was a New York trust company license, very heavyweight. We were like a 15-person startup. When we got our license, it took us 18 months, and we had to really grow into that that type of regulation and that heavyweight nature. But we could sort of take on that challenge, but we just want to make sure that people can build in the space, but in a safe way. I think the U.S. we're working our way towards it, but it is taking a lot of time, and some of the sort of regulation is done through enforcement, which is great because it takes in some ways when you take out like the clear obvious frauds. But I think you also want to couple that with like rulemaking and creating paths for people like that are straightforward so they can come and get licensed, and it fits the size and nature of the business and what they're trying to do. I wouldn't recommend a New York trust company for a lot of startups. It's just
right.
It's a huge undertaking.
Man, that thing, bro, look, that's a lunch eater. And you're literally just trying, like you said, getting devs, like even with Ethereum, you know, finding somebody who knows Solidity, like that. Even when I see all the projects out there, I'm like, it's somebody who's like in the space. My full-time, you know, our lead developer is in town for the conference, but he's based in Nairobi, so praise God. Or we would, you know, we wouldn't be able to scale as well because the cost. So when you talk about you need somebody to have a specific, you know, expertise in a particular field plus no Solidity, I'm like, yo, we just cut all the world out. Like this is a lot. So I think what you're saying in the us needing to create an environment where we still can keep that energy. I guess the question, and even when you brought up the banks, I still remember, like we changed our company from BitMari, B-I-T, Mari means money in Shona, BitMari, to Bill Mari. Because, bro, we were tired of getting hit in the head and the neck and the face. Every time you say bit to somebody, they say, no, thank you. I'm talking about banks. And I don't know if you remember R3. Remember they came together. It was a consortium of banks. Man, look, I said, all them custodians, just give us a bank account. Like, look, all that, just y'all trying to figure out, just allow us, and you might have some extra rules, but if you got coin, bit, like all that crypt, you couldn't open nothing. And then when you finally did, you had to open about a few. And our law firm that actually incorporated was Perkins Coie. So we literally we tried to leverage some like good names in the space, just so that, you know, when somebody asked about our documents, get all side eyes. And I think so many folks that are super smart, like you're talking about Norway, like coming up with real innovation, and you see it in the defense. I'm a mechanical engineer by profession, so I worked at McDonnell Douglas and in different aerospace companies, and literally the government was helpful. Like, so, you know, again, we don't talk about, you know, Ma Bell and Bell Laboratories. There was these quasi, you know, government that got some money. They didn't have to really compete, and they had a monopoly, but they really took that money and actually helped us do breakthrough things. And I think one of the issues is it's hard with regulatory, like when it's fintech, when the regulations are there, it's hard to get some of those crazy ideas. Just like when I started seeing more defense spending, you know, aerospace planes that fly all over. When you got folks that's trying to make a bomb, it's kind of different. They're not, look, I don't need all that, the bomb. We're not trying to get too outlandish with our, you know, engineering. It has to meet this budget. We got a 4-year contract. Let's cut the deal. How do we keep that? And I think you mentioned it too with the support y'all are giving to core developers. But in this space where we do see some very innovative people, but because there's a regulatory, where do you see the balance, or do you think that's even possible now? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not super concerned about like the incumbent banks sort of eating the lunch of crypto companies. I think that the culture of innovation, like it just tends to not exist at those larger institutions. They're franchises, and it's all about playing defense and protecting what you have. There's always been like every bull run, banks like, oh, we have a working group, digital asset or blockchain working group. They stand up 10, 20 people. They write some analyst paper, but it sort of, okay, what actually becomes of it? And I don't think the banks are truly invested or bought in. They're sort of doing it. They have one foot in, one foot out. But I think ultimately they don't have cultures of innovation at this point. They're just so large and they're too big to fail. They're heavily regulated. And so, you know, I think banks will potentially buy different startups in this space, maybe, and try and buy innovation. That's usually what you do if you can't actually innovate. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if we have, you know, a number of crypto founders that cash out, have good outcomes for them and their teams, and then go on to build those next things. But I think that, like, generally speaking, there's just too much inertia, too much bureaucracy, and it becomes the innovator's dilemma. So that's not really what we worry about a whole lot. I worry much more about just like getting banking relationships. As you said, when you have Bit or Coin or anything crypto in your name, you're guilty. And they're like, no, now what's the question? And I mean, even we're 8 years into this journey and there's still tons of resistance and tons of like banks.
Come on, ain't nobody resisting y'all. Come on, Cameron. Who tells you,
you know,
bro? Come on,
I'm
telling you, I want to know. I'm listening.
I don't know if I can give you names, but there's definitely banks that are still kind of resistant or don't want to underwrite the risk, and are hesitant, you know, and there's sort of second or third followers. They wait for someone to jump, you know, a couple people to jump off the diving board first. That being said, JP Morgan banks us, and it took us about 2 years to get through that underwriting process. And I think we landed them as a bank 2 years ago, which is a big win, but it takes a long time, and they took a bit of a risk in their, you know, from their perspective. But there's plenty of high street banks in the UK that won't go near it. So we're definitely, I mean, we made a ton of progress, but there's a lot more to be made. And I totally understand what you're saying about having Bit or anything in your name that, or business plan that is, you know, related to crypto.
Right, and it all seemed like PR stunts now. I mean, if you were in the space, they were, oh, we're gonna have this incubator, accelerator. Y'all won't even let me open an account. You're gonna talk about the accelerator? Yeah. Man, come on, get out of here with that. Well, humbly, so thank you for knocking down it. If you get Jamie Dimon, if you get some of those big folks that do the right thing by us, and I think again that's one of the things we don't appreciate, we don't say enough, because of some of the early success. Not because you guys weren't shooting in the gym, y'all was doing the work. It does make it better for a lot of us in our position. So definitely a thank you again on that. What do you see now? Some of the things that are more topical, you know, folks are talking about the merge. What are you, again, I'm coming from a space where I've been hearing these Ethereum folks, and I'm not classic, or I'm not gonna even go into it, but literally, you know, we've been talking about proof of work to proof of stake forever. And forever in our space is probably 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 years. What are your thoughts? I know it's going to happen. If I'm skeptical of that, you're going to really say, look, I got on here. Sinclair is definitely a cuckoo bird. Of course it's going to happen. It's happening. Okay, fine.
I think it's going to happen, but I'm not like that close to it. So for all I know, it gets pushed out in the future a little bit, but it does feel like this time it's pretty concrete. And I guess it'll be like the largest shift from a proof of work to a proof of stake. I mean, the amount of value sort of in Ethereum, that'll be a pretty big event. And it's probably the right thing for Ethereum. It sounds like it's going to increase the throughput and scalability quite a bit. And there are other sort of chains in that space, like your Solanas that started proof of stake, like your Tezos that started there. I don't think anybody's started proof of work at that scale and size and shifted over. I think it's going to be a strong short-term catalyst for both Ethereum and the space as a whole, because I think it's always positive when there's like those big breakthroughs or shifts, and this would be one of them. So I think it's good for Ethereum. I think it's good for the entire space. But it's probably like a short term, and I think the question will be like, and then what's next? I mean, sort of zooming out, we have a pretty complicated global backdrop. You know, we're maybe in a quote recession, depending on who you talk to. But there's, you know, inflation is still like the Fed has to get a handle on that. It sounds like they're still pursuing aggressive interest rate hikes. And then you've got the whole war in Ukraine, oil, the winter coming up. And so that's when the demand's going to really increase, and, you know, for oil and heating and things like that in Europe. So there's a lot of wild cards and backdrop going on. So it's hard to know. I mean, are we at the bottom? Does it chop sideways for the next 6 to 12 months, or do people sort of look past it all and say, well, okay, I've, you know, we're now 3 or 4 months into the invasion in Ukraine. I'm sort of gotten comfortable with the fact that that's happening, and it's just a thing. It's a risk that I now better understand where it's headed. And I've priced in inflation and these different things, and they just sort of run over it and look more towards the positive side. There's sort of the upsides of crypto now that people aren't sort of running around with their hair on fire after that big sell-off, right? We had Luna and a couple like massive deleveragings, and then it sort of takes that out of the system. And are people now willing to sort of start looking on kind of that upside again?
But you kind of you pulled in you took the Ethereum conversation to a few places. Now I told you this before. There was a tweet that you did that was, and I was literally, like I said, in Poland, in Lublin. Lublin is like the closest major city to the Ukrainian border, and we had students from Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, who were trying to leave, and we're helping them out. And I saw, I think it's March 15th. Yeah, March 15th, 2002. So that invasion was like on and popping about that time. And you said Bitcoin is a monetary system that requires no violence to work. Mm-hmm. Now, you know how like when folks listen to certain scriptures, certain words, certain things, they come up with their own things. Now, I can talk to you, so I don't have to think about this in some type of like somebody said this 100 years ago. Cameron did this like this year. What were you saying? Break it down, please. Make it plain. Or were you just, or were you just waiting for somebody? You just, I took it like, man, this is like, we even like the whole conference, like we're talking about violence and peaceful solutions because of that tweet. So I hope it doesn't grow another life. But I would love to like have you say when you put that out there in this incredible universe, the Twitterverse.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool because it like I think you DM'd me and maybe even left like a voicemail. Like it really struck a chord with you. I was like, all right. Yeah. Every once in a while you send out like an idea into Twitter and you're like, I don't know if anybody will even read this. And then every once in a while, like things light up and it's kind of fun when that happens and you really strike a chord. But if you sort of strip it down, we use dollars, US dollars, because we have to. Merchants in this country have to accept dollars. We have to pay our taxes in dollars. If you don't, you go to jail. It's illegal. And so on that level, like fiat currency is coercive. And it's ultimately people use it because they have no choice. And like violence is sort of at that end point, right? You will go to jail if you don't use this thing. Bitcoin has none of those coercive elements to it. The people who use it or hodl it and buy it do it out of their own volition because they want to voluntarily. And so it's actually purely organic on that level. There's no enforcing you to use it. And the settlement layer of Bitcoin is also the transactions happen and they settle without violence. There's no military needed to enforce that. Now, ultimately, like if you get defrauded or someone tries to steal your Bitcoin, you will, practically speaking, go to the court system and rely on that system. But that system, the settlement layer of that system is violence. Whether it's marshals showing up and confiscating or saying, hey, you know, we're holding you in contempt, or you broke your contract. Ultimately, that is backed by the might and, you know, of the violence of armies and or law enforcement. And Bitcoin doesn't require that on the settlement layer, and there's nothing forcing people to use it, which makes where it is today that much more remarkable, because it's just purely an individual's choice. And I think that's sometimes missed by people when they're looking at crypto and fiat. And show me something that's created trillions of dollars of demand in like a less, you know, in a decade, that's just purely like opt-in. And that's a remarkable thing. And when you look at those different fact patterns, you realize like this is inevitable. It's an inevitability. It's going to happen. It's happening. We might be in like the trough of a wave, you know, at sort of in the winter or low point, but actually like just directionally, this has been like an incredible decade. And it's just so pure and so organic and just purely demand driven, which I think is incredible.
Hallelujah. Amen. I'm not going to, we got some folks with different sensibilities, so I'm not going to, my mom might be watching, she's a good Baptist woman, but what you just laid down, brother, that was like old covenant, new covenant, like that. And I'm not using, let me say, and we could even say that there's no marketing machine out there, you know, buying ad space for it. Like it literally, when you said it, one of the problems with even educating, just again, just taking what you said, I'm just trying to do a little jazz on top of what you said, a little riff, if you will. Too often I now see people educating folks not into what you said, like getting down to, you know, first principle type, you know, I'm not trying to use cliche terms, but they're more trying to figure out, especially when we're talking about the Black community. And this is in general, but particularly where Black folks, oftentimes we over index into some of these particular platforms or industries. It's more of a consumerism. It's just digital. Like, okay, we're gonna get you here. We got a hustle over here. And now we got a multi-level scheme over here. We're gonna do another multi-level, but now it's digital. And we're gonna throw the word blockchain in or crypto in it. And people are being taught how to use things without really understanding some of these fundamentals. And I think that even the way you just really said it, I pray that you, especially in times of violence, like right now, we're living in violence in a way that's we've so normalized it. We like there's literally wars, like not just in Europe, like wars are going on, like literally, and we literally go about our everyday. I mean, I'm in DC. There's violence at scales that are very like alarming. Like you can't call it anything else. It's alarming, and we don't speak to what and how what we're doing impacts or shows an alternative to consensus building without beating me in the head, bringing together folks from different walks of life with a common interest. You know what I'm saying? Even with our Black Blockchain Summit, we say Black communities because it's like 1.5 billion people of African descent. Now, it's about 600 to 800 million of y'all, Cameron. I'm just, you know, European descent. Y'all did come over here and you got Australia now, but that's about 600 to 800 million. There's about 1.5 billion Black folks that look like me with a nappy chip strap, like literally. And we're different communities, but being able to come together with all our tribes with this thing called Bitcoin, with this promise. And like, I just think, when you break it down, what you're saying about the violence part, I just, you know, it makes me more, you know, even proud. Like this is why we have these conversations. We don't need just philosophers. We are real, you know, people in a real space. And the fact that we're working in something that didn't and doesn't require violence, I just think it's super compelling. And I know you don't have, you know, I've used up a lot of the time, and it was y'all got some things coming up. You know, that thing with the violence, you broke it down even more. So we're gonna make that like a special clip or something. What can we see in the future? We got the credit card. We're gonna get mass adoption. The next billion people, definitely credit card use is real. What else are you guys, doing, and what do you see Gemini in the future, and how it's going to impact us?
Yeah, so I think the credit card's a big product for us, and I think a great way, we hope, the form factor of like onboarding that next 100 million people, because we're saying don't change your behavior. People know what credit cards are; they're familiar with that piece of technology for, I think, going on 60 years now. We're just changing like the reward and what you get, and we're also creating a cool like experience. I think it's a better credit card banking experience with that. So that's one of the biggest things. Nifty Gateway has launched publishers tool, so self-service publishing of NFTs and drops. It's starting with a couple hundred publishers and creators right now, but we're hoping to expand that out to thousands. Where I think one of the hard things about NFTs is like, it's to collect it, you kind of know where to go. You go to your Nifty Gateway or other marketplaces, but how do you create an NFT if you're a creative and you don't understand blockchain or the different smart contract languages? We're trying to make NFTs simple so that anybody can go and just mint their NFTs and create that piece of art or part of a community or what have you. So those are two big things on the horizon. And I just want to circle back to like what you were saying about Bitcoin and like education first principles, is that I think that it provides a really interesting way like to short your government. If you don't like what your government is doing, by holding dollars, you're actually like funding the government. You're giving them credit and allowing them, that's it's almost like an investment. But if you say, hey, I'm going to take my dollars and put in Bitcoin because I don't really like what you're doing, it's an interesting protest, if you will. And it's also like there's a really big wealth transfer going on right now. The people who are getting the crypto and sort of see this as this new future, the early adopters get rewarded for taking that risk. And there's all these boomers who are out there saying, no, like crypto's not going to work. And they're skeptical. And that's fine because they understand their world, the banking system, and all the power structures that they grew up with. But those are being dismantled. And I think there's like there will be this like big inflection point. And we see like these young crypto whales who have, built like fortunes in the blockchain, and that will happen more and more. So I think like it's easy to get like caught up in price and like the FOMO and the YOLO and all the meme stock, that whole sentiment. But I think like you said it well, like we really need to continue to educate on a first principles basis, like zooming out, what does the next 20, 25 years look like? And what does that mean? And then I think once people see that, they're like, oh, wait a second, I got to get on this. This is like Noah's Ark. There's all this inflation. There's all these problems over here. I need to get on this thing, this movement, because that's the future. And I think that I think a lot of people don't appreciate that, like in the next 5 or 10 years, the majority of the workforce will be millennials. So the boomers are saying all these things, throwing out FUD, trying to sort of overregulate in some cases, and throw cold water on Bitcoin and crypto. But it's actually like in a couple of years, it's all, it's going to be kind of moot, because the workforce will be predominantly millennials, and the money that they want and the future that they want to live in is one of crypto.
Now look, we're gonna drop the mic on that.
Maybe there's